Oh, fuck. I'm a retard. I was fucking... Sorry. I forgot to press a button. I do it in between chapters, but I guess I have to restart now. This is in the stream now. That's cool. That's wonderful. They can't hear you until I switch to my other scene, by the way. Which I also need to set that up, actually, to capture you in that scene. Yeah. Would you say one thing? Alright, I saw it move, you're good. Alright, I guess we'll restart the reading. Man, am I okay for this? Shit. Alright, let me start again. Chapter 5 is entitled Slipping Through the Cracks. This is a nice image of a Stegosaurus hugging a man. What was a 15-minute car drive had begun to feel like an eternity. Gazing out the car's window, my eyes are met with the sight of various buildings and pedestrians as they flash away from my eyes, like shadows whenever light enters a room, paired with the growling hum of the engine, drowning out both the cacophony of noises from the outside world and the panicked whimpering to my right. However, all these distractions do nothing to take my mind off things. I almost died again. My neck is still bruised and sore after being throttled by Trish, who somehow managed to track us down at the mall. Seeking vengeance for Fang's death, my mind is still in shambles as I try to wrap my head around what just transpired, searching for answers to the many questions growing. How did she even find us? What did she mean by Mo got in the way? Or how she said she loved Fang? Not to mention the oddly specific insult she was throwing at Stella, which resulted in her punching Trish square in the face in retaliation. I said leave us alone, you trigger cunt! The words shouted by the usually soft-spoken Stegosaurus are currently etched into my brain, along with the piercing look of Trish's hateful stare as she began crushing my neck with murderous intent. I've danced with death almost 3 times now, but I still find myself completely rattled despite all of that. Is this a sign? Is this karma's way of dishing out justice for my crimes? A punishment for causing Stella to become emotionally scarred? Or Reed turning his mind into a scrambled egg? Fucking hell. Turning away from the window, I get a better view of the car's cabin, a sight that's become relatively familiar to me in the past few weeks. I glance at Rosa, hands gripping the steering wheel tight as her eyes remained locked on the road. The expression painted across her face mirrors the same worried look as I saw her for the first time after months. However, amidst her concerned expression, I can't help but notice a note of slight frustration and anger growing across her face, considering how our 2 friends just got viciously assaulted by a former acquaintance, and learned that said perpetrator was responsible for my maiming. It's understandable, but there's something else. And to my right, deviating from her usual position in the passenger seat, is Stella. Her arms are wrapped around my torso as she buries her face in my chest. Not wanting to face the outside world, her body quivering with terror. Her tears have finally subsided, but what was once crying was replaced with pained shuddering. Throughout our date, Stella broke down a couple of times, similarly to just now, as her trauma began to resurface over any stressful situation or reminders of what transpired on the day of the shooting. But right now, I only see pure terror in Stella's body as she clutches me tightly. What the fuck happened to her that day? Are you 2 okay to talk about what happened? The stern Ankylosaurus called from the front seat, pulling me out of deep thought. The muffled voice incoherently echoes from my chest, unable to form coherent response. I've always struggled with apathy for a long time, but it pains me to hear Stella in this state. She doesn't deserve any of this. This is my suffering, not hers. Turning to Rosa, I tell her the full story of our time at the mall, making sure that to mention as much detail as possible. I explain to her that I found Reed, or what's left of him before meeting Stella, eliciting a shocked response from the ankylosaur as she mutters in Spanish, how she broke down in tears when she brought up this sage person, whoever they are. I caught the shocked glance from Rose in the driver's mirror when I had mentioned the name. She must know more about this sage. Eventually, we went to the arcade, and some stupid kid pointed a toy gun in our faces, causing Stella to run out of the mall in tears. I make brief eye contact with Rosa, if only briefly, to avoid distracting her from driving. And then, that's where Trish found us. She told us that she was the one who broke my leg again, and she wanted me dead for killing Fang. I hold Stella close with sympathy before I recount the next part. Trish then began saying something really fucked up to Stella. It sounded personal, too. Dios míos! What did she say? No, please. Stella lifts her head from my chest, revealing her red tear-stained eyes as her makeup is wholly smudged. It's okay. We will talk about it later, then. Rosa reassures her friend in the back seat, her voice hinting at a bit of remorse over her question. I always knew she was a bit of a troublemaker, but to do something like this, merda. Rosa expressed her shock with a hint of weariness as she began to navigate the road. Due to the slow turns we've been taking, we must be getting close. While I'm still trying to process what happened to us, I can't say I wasn't expecting this. I knew this was a long time coming. If not Trish, someone like Reed or even Fang's parents would have wanted me dead. After all, how could they not? In their eyes, I'm the one who sent Fang over the edge. Hell, I might as well have been. The slow stop of the car confirms that we've reached Stella's house, causing both of us to raise our heads towards the windows to confirm our suspicions. Do you need help getting out, Anon? Rosa asks me as she gazes towards us through the reflection in the driver's mirror. I'll be okay. Let's just get Stella inside, I answer without paying attention to my nearly busted leg, much to Rosa's surprise. But, see. Rosa hesitates before nodding as she pushes open the car door to her left. Still holding Stella in my arms, I gently give her a reassuring pat. Hey, it's okay. We're home now. Let's get you inside, okay? Stella weakly turns her gaze towards me with nods as tears continue to stream down her cheeks. Technically, I'm the one who needs help getting out the most. Still, I ignore the searing, twisting sensation in my leg as I reach over Stella to push the door open. The pain is quite intense, but I pay little mind to it. Stella takes notice of the door and slowly slips away from my embrace towards the exit. Here, let me help you too. A doe-eyed Stella holds out her hand towards me, offering to help me up. I quickly take hold, trying to maneuver myself out of Rosa's SUV without moving my leg the wrong way, like playing the most painful version of Operation possible. Aki, let me take on. Rosa approaches us from behind as she begins to offer her shoulders as support. You just go inside and get settled with your familia. De acuerdo? Okay. Stella meekly agrees as she lets Rosa take hold of me, letting go before walking towards the door and inside their rather impressive-looking household. As my ankylosaurus friend helps me walk towards the entrance, my leg throbs with pain. My heart is thumping like a jackrabbit. I find it challenging to find the strength to stand, let alone move. Rosa's pretty much the only thing keeping me from falling apart right now. But despite my compromised body, we approach the entrance, and a conversation could be between two people through a slightly open door. Est-elle blessée? Avez-vous vu marqué de céréales? Des signes de blessure? Je ne sais pas. Elle est arrivée en pleurant et es alle directamente vers le China sans dare mo quelque cose del vraiment mauvais et de se passer. The conversation seems to be between a man and a woman, concern emanating from both of their voices. However, that's all I could gather, since I don't know how to speak croissant. They must be her parents, which also explains why she yelled at Trish in French at the mall. Opening the door, Rose and I are greeted with upper middle class household hallway, paired with the sight of paintings and eccentric decorations. One of them is some kind of astrology related portrait of a woman with the sun in one hand and the moon in the other. This has to be Stella's work. Kyodato! Rosa's warning causes me to stumble slightly as I nearly trip over Stella's white shoes, the same one she wore on the date. Next to it is a red stuffed bear plushie. I don't remember Stella having that. I nearly again trip as I'm thrown off guard by the sudden cacophony of barking that radiates through the halls. I panic as the heavy sound pattering against the floor draws closer and closer. Fuck. Adrenaline re-enters my body as I try to move as Stella holds me in place. Calmeta, non. It's just her dog. Rosa brushes sarcastically while adjusting her, so I don't fall. Then a figure emerges from the doorway that's the cutest fucking thing I've seen in my life. What's running towards Rosa and I isn't a vicious hound, but a big white fluffy dog that could easily be mistaken for a cloud. No aggression could be found on that big smile or those perked up ears from the dog's face. Rosa lets out a chuckle as the ashen canine comes rushing to greet her. Hola, Ghibli. It's good to see you too. Ghibli? That's an interesting name for a dog. After getting reacquainted with Rosa, Ghibli turns towards me as it begins sniffing in my direction. Its tail starts flopping from side to side like a propeller. I don't really know how to interact with dogs. I've only ever met a handful back in Rock Bottom. And the ones over in Skin Roll were some pit bulls that some people left chained up, waiting for an unsuspecting victim or a lost child. Rosa motions for me to lift my hand, and I nervously comply. The dog begins to curiously sniff my hand before licking it rather excitedly. This dog is so fucking cute. Ah, désolé, Rosa. I tried keeping Ghibli in the living room with Stella, a masculine voice with a thick French accent calls out. Emerging from the same doorway the dog came through appears a bespectacled, middle-aged stegosaurus male with short green hair and streaks of gray, wearing a black blazer and slacks. His gaze takes the note of a stranger who just entered his house as the plates on his back twitch inquisitively. I realize almost instantly that this must be her father. I knew I should have worn my brown boxers. At this moment, all my mind can think of is how Fang's dad caught me in Fang's room with her, how I felt that meteor dodger was going to put my head on the wall. Oh, bonjour, you must be an ennui. I'm waiting for this welcoming facial expression to become hostile, waiting for him to spit in my face and yell at me to stay away from his daughter. I wait a couple of seconds, except that moment doesn't happen, other than the slight confusion growing across his face from my silence. Yeah, that's me, sorry about that. I stumble out the words as words fall out of my mouth like vomit. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry about everything that happened. C'est pas grave. You need not apologize. A look of concern grows across the man's face as he reads the remorse in my face. Come, let us get on into the living room and discuss matters. He motions for us to follow him as he lets out a whistle, causing the excited dog to rush towards its owner's side. I assume taking us to where Stella and her mother are. What, if it's not her dad I need to worry about? What if her mom's a hard ass? Jesus, Anon, calm yourself. Let's try to break the ice. You have an adorable dog, by the way. I love the name, too. I mutter as I focus holding on to Rosa while trying not to trip over the two in front of trying not to trip on the two in front of me. Mr. Baudelaire lets out a chuckle in response. Oh, merci! We've wanted to get a dog for the longest time, and when we adopted our Samoyed, Stella was the one who picked the name. Gotcha. What did you say that dog's name was? Despite his body refusing to face my way, his body language showing excitement in my question. Oh, we named her Ghibli. She was named after that studio that makes those cartoon movies we watched with Stella when she was a young girl. Studio Ghibli? The greatest movie studio of all time? A familiar yet shaky voice calls out as we approach the living room. Passing through the doorway, the four of us walk into our eccentric-looking living room, adorned with a mixture of art both new and old, paired with framed photos decorating the walls. It's surrounded set beautifully crafted furniture. My eyes spot Stella curled into a ball on the red leather couch. Sitting next to her is a middle-aged Stegosaurus woman in a gray sweater. Based on her hair and facial features alone, it's easy to tell that this is her mother. Before any of us can utter another word, the dam breaks again as Stella begins to sob as she burrows her head to her mother's embrace. Shh, shh. Tu n'es pas tout seul, mon chéri. The motherly woman cooing softly, holding Stella close as she lets out a blur of emotions. I'm sorry. Non, Stella. You have nothing to apologize for at all. The three of us are left standing in the living room's doorway as Stella cries in her mother's arms, her father supporting a saddened look on his face. Shit. Feeling a brush of fur, I almost trip. I glance at Ghibli making her way towards Stella on the couch, jumping up as she burrows her head into the wailing Stego, almost as if she's pushing into her as a way of giving a hug. It's okay, Stella, it's fine. Her father begins to move closer as he sits down on the sofa beside Ghibli. Reaching for the forlorn girl's hand, you've been through a great deal of pain today. Why don't you take Ghibli upstairs and relax in your room? Your friends will still be here. Okay, come Ghibli, let's go. Stella rose from the couch with eager Samoyed following in pursuit. Rose and I are a bit from the door to let the two pass through. But as she did, our eyes met. The look of fear, sadness, and shame painted across her face, almost as if she's non-verbally asking me for forgiveness. As she left the living room, the sound of footsteps and pitter-patters began to move upstairs. Both of her parents had directed their attention towards us, more specifically me. Shit. Now that Stella's gone, are they gonna put my head on a spike? They're gonna put my head on a spike, right? Of course they are. Your date with our daughter caused her to have a nervous meltdown because all that stupid-ass shit you said on the date. Going to the arcade at the wrong time, not to mention how you attracted the attention of a psycho trigger that wants you dead. Why wouldn't they want to kick your So how are you feeling? Anon, was it? My brain pauses for a moment as I hear the words uttered by the patriarch of the Baudelaire family. Why isn't he cursing me? Kicking me out of their house? Can you tell us what happened at the mall? He asks again, sharing his wife's same look of genuine concern. I wasn't prepared for this. Of course, sorry about that. My brain's a mess today. It's not a problem at all, my boy. You've been through a lot today, too. Please, take a seat. Both of you. He addresses Rose and me warmly, despite the concern remaining on his face. So, could you tell me everything that happened today? Over the course of the next couple minutes, I began to explain as much as I could to Stella's parents, similarly to how I told Rosa, explaining the date from how I found her in tears when I arrived, to how she broke down in tears over the mere mention of a sage. How some kid pointed a toy gun at us, causing her to run out of the mall in fear, and how Trish basically tried to murder us. Then, Trish began to say some really nasty shit to Stella, and it really got her too. I explained to her parents. Their concern looked growing more evident. Then Stella punched her right in the face and sent her to the ground. The look of surprise grows on the father's face in amazement at this revelation. That's my girl! His comment earned the slightly annoyed look of his wife before directing their attention to me again. Trish began to scream that she was going to kill her and ran straight towards her. I managed to get in between them, and that's when I almost died until Rosa got help. The room went deathly silent as we began digesting everything spoken. Giving it some thought, forgive me for asking, my boy, but Were Espy and the R word any insults in this young lady used? Yeah? I answer, slightly surprised at how her father's correct guess. My answer caused a degree of discomfort and sadness to grow on his face, as her parents, as to Rosa, began to swear with anger. Mon Dieu! Her mother sighed with defeat. Hasn't our girl been through enough? Why, kids must be so cruel. The reactions, plus the emotions that came from Rosa, prove that this must not have been the first time that others have treated Stella this way. But should I even ask? Would that be overstepping some personal boundaries? Perhaps they might be helpful to know. But it may be helpful to know. That way I might be able to handle situations like this in the future. So I can try to be a better friend around her. If it's okay if I ask, what happened to Stella? In the past, I mean. It's a sensitive subject. Her father looked at me with a sad expression as he let out a sigh. However, I can see that you clearly care about our daughter, and she cares about you. So you deserve to know the truth. Before we moved to America 15 years ago, we learned that Stella had what's called Asperger syndrome. His French accent makes it difficult to piece words together at first glance. We didn't know what to make of it. But when we moved here and she entered elementary school, it was difficult for her. For us. Taking note of her troubled husband, Stella's mother reaches out for his hand, holding it tightly before looking my way. And after that, what happened last year? We took Stella to receive some counseling, and there she was diagnosed with PTSD. After the shooter nearly took our daughter away from us and her friend, her mother's face lights up with shock as her mouth closes, as if she almost revealed something that was meant to be private. Her husband can see she's at a loss for words, so he directs his attention towards me once more. All of this has been very hard on Stella. Since then, she's been very depressed, scared, often locking herself away from the rest of the world in her room. Stella's father's eyes meet Rosa, who's began to wear a pained look on her face, and we've been so worried about our daughter when she does leave the house that we... A degree of guilt appears on his face as he's about to elaborate on Stella's emotional state. They've been having me accompany her almost any time she's left the house. Turning onto my right, I see a somber Rosa staring at the ground, her eyes examining the soft carpet as her inner turmoil begins to grow. I haven't been entirely truthful to you, Anon, or Stella. Her apologetic eyes met mine. It was no coincidence that I was able to find you two at the mall. They knew where she was going. Their family asked me to keep an eye on her. I had a feeling it was more than just luck she was able to find us. I'm a little weirded out, though. Were you watching us the whole time? I asked, discomfort in my voice, causing Rose to become more conflicted. See, I tried to keep an eye on you two as much as I could, watching from a distance. When I saw Trish come after you two when you went to comfort Stella after she ran out of the arcade and stairs, I knew I had to act. I don't know how to feel about this one. On one hand, I feel uncomfortable knowing that her parents essentially had Rosa and stalk Stella and me. Did she stalk us at the boba shop too? But on the other hand, part of me is grateful Rosa was there to help. As if she was a second longer, things might have gotten worse for Stella, but still. What about the other day, about a week or two ago when you guys found me? I inquire, still trying to wrap my head around the same exact argument Stella's parents had set up with Rosa. Stella came to the pharmacy alone until she saw me and ran the other way. The tan ankylosaur let out another sigh as she briefly gazes towards the Stegosaurus couple. Como lo pongo? Rosa said with a degree of contemplation as she deflated in the chair. It was the first time since Julio we spent any time together. I offered to go with her because I could tell she was afraid of being outside the house, but she insisted on going in by herself. And I knew how that went. Rose's troubled eyes met the ground once more, and when she came back to the kosh punching, I thought I could take her for a drive to calm her down until bueno ya sabes. We wanted to make sure our daughter was safe. So we reached out to Rosa since she was the only friend she had left. And we thought it would help her heal to not be so afraid of the world, the male stegosaur interjected, a hint of remorse plaguing his voice. Before he can say more, the sound of pitter-patters made against the hardwood floor fills the air as Ghibli runs into the room excited. You lied to me? I turn to see the shaky voice behind me and spot Stella standing in the doorway, her tear-stained eyes angrily staring her parents down. Her father met her gaze with a surprised look. Stella, how much did you... I heard enough. She cut off her father as the frustration became all the more apparent. Do you have any idea just how much I hate myself already? Stella turned towards Rosa, her hand raised as she angrily pointed at Rosa. Did you actually want to spend time with me? Or was I nothing but a job to you? A sad, lonely child to babysit for my parents? Stella, Hermana, or did you just want to feel less guilty after Fang shot up in school? Stella's revengeful leer altered between Rosa and her parents. I already feel like I'm nothing but a burden to you all. And just when I thought I wasn't alone for once, you remind me that there's... Stella's voice breaks more and more as she struggles to continue. That there's... Stella stood frozen in the doorway. Her body quivered with the flurry of negative emotions, tears streaming down her cheek, but before she can continue, she quickly exits the room as the sound of her wailing fills the hallway, followed by the crunching noises of footsteps on the wooden staircase. Stella, attend us! Her mother cried out, attempting to get her back, but to no avail. The Baudelaire matriarch sighed with defeat as her husband placed his hand on her own. We didn't mean to make her feel this way. We only wanted to protect her, to make sure she was safe. I'm not sure how to feel about this. I can tell Stella's frustration over her parents being overprotective, but at the same time, they're right to be overprotective, considering how much the shoot scared her. Silence enveloped the room for a good couple seconds. No one's making eye contact with each other. Stella's father lifted his glasses as he rubbed his eyes, and her mother stared out the window somberly. Rosa's eyes became pointed towards the ground with a contemplative expression. Nos somos désolés. We're sorry about all this, Stella's father, the first one to break the silence. I think it'd be best to give Stella some time, and we'll talk about it with her when the time is right. I think it might be for the best. Thank you both for letting us into your home. I thank her parents, unsure of how to express my feelings on the situation. Don't be silly, my boy. Thank you for protecting our daughter and being there for her. It means a great deal to us all. Mr. Baudelaire gave a supportive smile towards Rose and I. I'm sorry we have not have time. I'm sorry that we have to have you leave so soon. It's okay. I understand completely. I hope everything's okay with Stella. Rosa rises from her seat, facing me with an uncharacteristically neutral expression. Famosa non, I'll drive you home, but I just need to talk to you for a moment outside. This doesn't sound good. I awkwardly ascend from my seat as Rosa grabs my crutches for me. The family dog prancing around the living room as she expresses her excitement from all the people getting up. Arr, arr! Ghibli vibrated as she stared at me with eager eyes. God damn it, why couldn't my parents ever get me a dog? Rosa wordlessly hands me my crutches, and the two of us make our way out of the house, the fluffy Samoyed following us as if she's escorting us to the door. Au revoir, you two, get home safely. Her father called out from the living room as Rosa opened the door. The two of us exit the house, putting our face to face with the car of Rosa and Stella's parents. I can hear the sound of the door closing behind me. So what do you want to talk about, Rosa? I inquire, the nervousness obvious in my voice as I turn around and see Rosa continue to face the door. Chico, a stupido, Rosa coldly mutters before she turns to face me, the wrathful intent emanating from her as he brings a sense of uneasiness to the air around me. ¿Por qué pensate que era una buena idea elevar a Stella sola a un centro comercial iledirigente? The angry and Kylosaur growled. En su estado
Eres tan idiotas estúpido? I butchered all of that. You're welcome. Rosa begins up with a furious tirade towards me in Spanish, each word and syllable becoming angrier than the last, to the point where I can't understand a single word she's saying. Rosa, enough! I raise my voice, albeit nowhere reaching her volume. I didn't mean for this to happen. I take a step back to give myself some breathing room, trying to understand myself again, trying to bounce myself against the stone walls of the Baudelaire household. I didn't mean for Trish to break my fucking leg, or for to try to kill us both at the mall. My defense does nothing to deter the vexed Dino from continuing to rant. Then why didn't you let me know? What makes you think that you know how to handle Stella's trauma as well as her best friend, or her familia? I feel a knife twist in my gut from how her words left her mouth, separating me from her friends and family. I just wanted to have a good time with her, and for once, I could forget about my fucked up mess of a life. My retort turns to yelling as the blur of repressed emotion begins to pour out. I like Stella a lot, and I just want to make her happy, and maybe, just maybe, help her forget about her own pain too. My shoulders drop as my eyes meet the ground, weariness apparent in my voice. I never wanted to hurt her or make things worse. I'm just... fuck! The words of surprise speak more and more difficult as my chest tightens and becomes heavier. I look up to Rosa, her anger fading to a bit of surprise. Maybe it was my fault. I've already hurt so many people that I didn't mean to, but don't you dare think for a second I wanted this to happen to the only people I have left in my life. My voice begins to choke up as her expression softens more and more. I'm fucking terrified, Rosa. The words leave my lips as tears begin to drip from my eyes. The sensation that's become familiar since my reunion with Rosa and Stella. You're terrified? She asks, her anger now replaced with concern. I'm terrified of fucking up again with both of you. I felt like a walking corpse with no future for the past 5 months. But when I found you two again, I felt alive again. My voice quivering more and more as the words become harder to say. You and Stella are the only two good things I got left in my life. And I don't want to fucking lose you guys too. My breath begins to shudder. Entirely overwhelmed by the emotions that hit me. Not just today, but for the past half year. Perhaps even longer than that. Rosa began to look at me with conflict, unsure whether to feel angry or to sympathize with me. Excuse me. A part of me understands it if she feels the former, but I desperately don't want to ruin the one of the only good things I have left. She turns towards her car, quietly muttering to herself in Spanish. Dios míos, is the only thing I'm able to make it from her. Let's go, Nan. We can talk about it later. Her back remains facing me, her tail drooping as much as it matches their forlorn expression. Hello. I comply as the two of us make our way towards her sedan, awkwardly shuffling myself in after opening the door. As I'm about to close it shut, I see her again. Fang, standing a good 10 feet away from me in the neighbor's driveway. However, contrasting her usual presence of anger or hate, she looks sad, uncertain even. Her eyes point towards the ground, the apparition not even making eye contact with the person she's supposed to be haunting. Not sure what to make of the situation, I close the door as Rosa ignites the car's engine wordlessly. About 4 days have passed, and I still have heard no word from Stella. I've texted her at least 5 times, even tried calling her, but she never answered. Wednesday, 1:43 p.m. Hey, Stella. How have you been holding up? Thursday, 7:36 p.m. Image attached. Saw this meme after watching one of them shows you recommended. Thought you'd like it. Friday, 4:38 p.m. Hey, are you sure everything's okay? I'm getting worried about you. Friday, 9:51 p.m. Stella, are you there? Saturday, 11:04 a.m. Please answer. I'd ask her parents if I had their number. They seem like nice enough people. I'd also try Rosa if she didn't probably hate me right now. So I'm pretty much left with only one choice. Gotta go to her house alone and check up on her myself. Alright, kid, we're here. The eccentric voice of a man calls out from the front seat. Oh, wait, no. Alright, kid, we're here. Actually, should I try to do the monitor? Alright, kid, we're here. The eccentric voice of the man calls out from the front seat. Guess the taxi driver was shorter than I thought it would be. I haven't used a taxi since going to prom. Typically, I would be conserving my government money as much as I can, but I'm too worried to give a shit. Thanks. How much do I owe you? I inquire as I grab into my wallet, my hand feeling torn, glued together wraps of leather in my pocket. Don't worry about it. This one's on me. He turns to me with a suave smile, glad to see at least someone stayed the same. Thanks. I really appreciate it. I wish him goodbye as I grab my crutches and carefully shuffle myself out the car. And as seconds after I close the sedan's door, a blur of yellow flashes as the car zooms out of the neighborhood, probably breaking several driving laws in the process. Ignoring the overwhelming scent of burnt rubber, I'm left standing in front of Stella's house, gazing at the impressive piece of architecture with the well-maintained garden and the Hadro Civic in the driveway. Her parents being home will make this a lot easier. I've come this far, and yeah, I still feel a sense of dread and fear even. What if Stella or her parents don't want me here? My leg becomes heavier with each footstep until it comes to an abrupt stop. I couldn't do anything to help her. My eyes snapped in Nazer. The Revenant crumpled against the garage door, sporting a look of despair in his eyes rather than that of sadism. For years, I watched my sister suffer, and I couldn't do anything. No matter how hard I tried to help. Until his face burrowed in his hands. I wonder where this is going. I leave the phantom to his own thoughts as I walk through the door. The wooden structure intimidating me for more than it should be. Well, here goes nothing. I press the button on the side of the doorway frame with my free hand as a muffled jingle plays throughout the household, followed by the rapid cacophony of sounds that sets off the garden for attention. A shrill voice calls out, and the sound of rapid and frantic footsteps begins to close in. I can make out a feminine voice speaking in muffled yet annoyed French, causing the excited Ghibli to remain quiet. That must be Stella's mom. Before I can give the sounds any more thought, the door swings open and confirms my suspension. Oh, Anon, right? Bonjour, please come in. The matriarch of the Baudelaire family warmly greets me. Invite me inside as the grinning Samoyed began practicing around her owner, excited at the prospect of having a guest over. Thank you, ma'am. I choke out as I carefully step through the door frame. Still kind of backed by her hospitality. I wanted to come by and see if Stella was okay. I've been worried about her for the past couple days. Her mother let out a defeated sigh, indicating that their attempts to get through Stella have gone about as well as my own. I'm afraid Stella's still quite upset with us. She has been refusing to leave her room, and she's been avoiding her father and I the few times she has come out. The Stego woman frowned as she explained the predicament. However, we can still hear her cry from her room, and every time we try to comfort her, she shuts us down. So I'm not the only one? I wonder if she's talked to Rosa by chance. None. Rosa tells us that her attempts to get in touch have failed too. The woman's face lit up like a light bulb as she muttered something in French. Hold on, have you been able to talk with Stella over the telephone? Yeah, that's why I came all this way out of the blue unannounced, because I spoke with her. No, I'm afraid she hasn't answered me my text either. That's why I came over. I was worried something's wrong. I answered truthfully, waiting for Stella's mother to look at me with scorn any second now. That's very sweet of you, mon cher. A smile appears on her face. Which is why I wanted to ask you if you'd be able to talk to her. You seem to be the only one she's not angry with. She's not angry with me? After my stupid decisions, a mix of confusion and relief washes over me. Is she in her room right now? I ask as I wonder if her mother will bring me down so we can talk. Oui, why don't you take Ghibli upstairs and knock on the door? I'm sure she'll let you in. She wants me to go to her daughter's room? Her daughter that I like alone? Huh? Stop being retarded, Anon. Now's not the time. Yeah, I can do that, I answer hastily. Excellent. I will understand this is a lot to ask of you, so I apologize. Stella's mother said as her eyes faced the top of the staircase. Her room is the first floor on the right. You can't miss it. Thank you again so much. I should be the one thanking you, Miss Baudelaire. I'll try to talk to her. I sighed with relief, albeit still surprised that she didn't throw me out on sight. The Stego woman addressed the fluffy dog in French, but before I could react, she eagerly ran upstairs, then proceeded to sit at the top of the stairs and began panting in my direction. How were they able to teach a dog to follow directions as precise as that? Merci. I'll just be in the dining room if you need me. She waved as she began to walk towards the corridor left of the stairs. I take hold of the safety rail in one hand, and I hold my crutches under my arm with my free hand, and I began to hop up the stairs. Careful, careful, careful. It's okay, Anon. It's just like hopscotch. Except if you lose, you fuck up your legs some more and get another 6 months in recovery. Despite my fears, I'm able to sit in the stairs without incident. The smiling Stamoid stands over me before making it way over to a closed door. Hobbling myself up to the door, my heart begins to sink with each step. Why is this so hard? I was prepared for this on the ride over here. Her mother did not say she's mad at you. But what if that changed? Or if she just assumed that she wasn't mad at me when she really is. Deep breath and on. Count to 4, inhale. Count to 4, exhale. I can do this. I raise my hand, which feels like it's being weighed down by a bag of rocks, and my knuckles lightly collide with the door. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. A muffled voice calls from behind the door. The sinking feeling in my chest returns tenfold. I knew it was a mistake coming here. Oh, okay, I'll go. I'm sorry. Wait, Anon? The same muffled voice cuts me off, followed by the sound of shuffling and rapid footsteps. The door flings open, revealing a surprised Stegaris girl, dressed in nothing but an oversized pink t-shirt adorned with black pajama shorts. Her usual lush green hair flowed down her shoulders, contrasting her usual hair buns. Dark circles appeared under her eyes like a pair of shadows, but before I can examine her state any further of the room behind her, she suddenly wraps around me, pushing her head to my chest, and she begins muttering, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The muffled tone, the tone of her muffled voice seemed to show that of relief, reflecting my own feelings in the matter. Hey, it's okay. Don't have to apologize at all. I return the hug as I close her eyes and return her hug. English. Her chest presses against mine as her body trembles against my own, making it difficult to stay balanced. However, her warm and soft embrace helps ease my troubled mind as the worries about her and ease my troubled mind as if all the worries about her had been plaguing me over the past couple of days are finally washing away like gentle waves on a beach. After a couple seconds, Stella pulls away from me and looks at me wide-eyed. I'm so glad to see you. I was worried after our... I hesitate with the next words appear on my tongue. Date, you were so distressed and sad. And you weren't answering my calls, and I stop as I realize I'm spiraling with my words. Stella began to look at me as if I'm the one who she needs to worry about. So sorry, what I'm trying to say is, I wanted to come over here and see if yours okay. A sad smile appears on the lime green Stego's lips as she takes hold of my hand. You're too sweet, Anon. She hesitates as our eyes part from each other. I should have let you know what I was going on. I'm sorry. She seems to feel real bad about leaving me in the dark. She's apologizing to the point where a Canadian would consider it excessive. However, before I can once again reassure her that I'm not angry with her, she speaks about it. Would it be okay if we talk in my room about it? Everything that's been happening, I mean? I can feel my heart stop for a second as my entire body is frozen in place. A girl is asking me to come into her room.
A girl I like is asking me to come into her room. Activate all spaghetti lockdown measures! Priority number one! Yeah, of course! I choke out a rather pathetically as Stella turns away as she retreats into her bedroom. Following her lead, I step through her doorframe, and there my eyes scan her bedroom. On the one hand, I can't say I'm surprised, but on the other hand, I'm genuinely impressed. Stella and Ghibli make their way towards the right of the center of the room, where a large queen-sized bed with pink blankets. Stella looks at the seat on the floor at the foot of the bed, while Ghibli is disguised herself amongst the white, fluffy pillows in the bed. Her bedroom is surprisingly tidy for someone who seems so depressed. She's certainly doing a better job than I am. Posters of popular anime and astrology-related paintings adorn her sky blue walls. I'm carefully able to tell which one she actually created herself. Various anime figurines and mangas lay scattered across her dressing table and nightstands. And facing her bed is a decently sized television, a stack of game cases lying to the left with a Packy Station 5 sitting to its right. How the fuck was Stella even able to find one? Last time I checked out, they were sold everywhere. No less thanks to the rhinoceros that buy them all up and sell them for $300 more. So do you like it? Stella's sheepish inquiry made me realize that I've basically just been staring at a room for the past couple seconds. Nice going and on. Now she thinks you're a creep and a retard. Yeah, your room's pretty cool. I absentmindedly answered before snapping back to my senses. So, what did you want to talk about? Stella patted the space on the bed next to her, asking me to join her. As she mentally prepared herself for what I was about to say, I complied, lowered myself as I rest my crutches against the side. I'm almost distracted by the bed's absurd comfiness, but I'm too fixated on Stella to pay attention. So how much did my parents tell you the other day? Stella sighed, a bit of vitriol emanating from the P word. Is it right to answer her? Wouldn't it just make things worse? Are you sure? We don't have to. Please, Anon, I want to know. The Stego insisted, determined to learn everything that I was told about her. She deserves to know the truth, and she needs to know that I don't find any fault or judge her for this. They told me how you struggled growing up with Asperger's syndrome, and you almost died during the shooting. I answer with tact, carefully, not to say the wrong word to upset her. Stella looks away, staying silent for a brief moment as she analyzes my words. Was there anything else? Your mother almost mentioned something about a friend of yours, but she stopped herself before she could say anything else. My revelations caused the Stego to hang her head low, a sad frown growing across her face, despite no tears making out of her eyes. Sage. Sage, I clarify. She was talking about Sage. She opened her vision, gazing at me with pained eyes. Sage was one of my best friends growing up. When so many people bullied me or called me names or teased me for liking anime, Sage was the only one who stood up for me and showed me that any kindness before I met Rosa. Her hands take hold of the duvet below her, squeezing it like one of those stress balls you see in the gift shops. She was kind, adventurous, and had a great sense of humor. Every weekend we would always go have nights out or stay in together to watch anime, or even just any type of movie. She always loved the more gritty types of shows, whereas I preferred shows like Sailor Moon, Tokyo Mew Mew, or Puker. Stella's grip softened as the smile grew across her face, but it never mattered to me what we matched. I was just happy to be hanging out with her again. She was a true friend, and a couple of months ago, I've pulled her out of a pleasant reminiscence. On the tone of her voice turns grim. School had just started, and it seemed like another day. Now we talked about herself after she and Nazer became prom king and queen, but... Stella hesitates, and the grip tightening around once more, she prepares to dig up painful memories. The door slammed open, and Fang killed her, right in front of me. She was there when it started? I feel a strange chill throughout my body as it feels like it's sinking lower and lower. Her brother came up to try and stop her, but she shot him too. Her own brother. horror painted across Stella's face as she's forced to visit the past once more. She then turned to me and... No, please, no. She pointed the gun at me. She almost killed me. Stella's voice began to quiver. I never even did anything to her. I just tried to stop people from laughing at her at prom. I always tried to be nice to her, but she tried to murder me like I was nothing. Conflict begins to swarm my mind. Every possible question of fear I have spinning around like a tornado. Fang almost killed Stella? Why? She's done nothing wrong. Naomi took control of her life. I made her life hell. She and I deserve to get shot, but Nacer, Stella, they've done nothing wrong. I don't know what to feel right now. Heartbroken that a girl as kind as Stella was almost gifted with a horrible fate. Angry at the girl I loved did something as horrific as she did. Fuck! She let me go. Everyone began to run out of the classroom, but I stayed behind, hiding under the teacher's desk. I can't even remember how long I stayed there. But I remember the ambulance dragging me out of there. Stella begins to shudder as she looks as if she's on the verge of tears. My hand meets hers, and she gives a squeeze as she continues to take deep breaths to regain her composure. I tried to look for Sage after what happened. She wasn't answering any of my calls. The Stego squeezes her eyelids tightly, implying that what she's about to say next is the most painful part. I learned from her parents. She couldn't take the pain anymore. She took her own life. The dam finally breaks as Stella begins to softly cry after sharing one of the most painful things anyone could go through. Her faithful canine moving on the bed and curling up to her right, attempting to comfort her. The tears rolling down her cheeks were like rain falling from the gray sky. In this moment, I could truly get an idea of what Stella has had to endure, not just within the past couple of months, but throughout her entire life too. I used to be jealous of her, how she could flaunt her passions without worry, without being treated with scorn or rejection, unlike me who's constantly had to try to hide who I am from the rest of the world, as long as I can remember. Only now do I realize how wrong I've been. How I was so blinded by apathy and fear that I was unable to see there were so many people who just wanted to be my friend. Just like Fang, Stella found a kindred spirit in me, and I treated her like shit for that. How we both know what it's like to be judged for who we are. How we both know what it's like to lose someone so dear. For once, I don't feel alone. I feel safe with her. I miss her. I miss her so much, Anon. As if my body moved on its own, my arms wrapping around the mournful Stega as she returns the action without hesitation. I know, Stella. I'm so sorry about what you've gone through. You're the last person who deserves to go through that kind of hell. I fight back my own tears as Stella rests her chin on my shoulder. Thank you, Anon. She sniffles. This means more to me than you know. I should have been better. I'm so sorry, Stella. What do you mean? She lifts her head up from away from my shoulder. She looked at me with confusion from those sparkling eyes. I need to come clean about how I feel. About everything. I'm so sorry for the way I treated you. You've been nothing but kind to me since the moment that we met, and I repaid it by being a selfish asshole to you. Anon, Stella smiled softly, her eyes still glistening. I already told you that I forgive you. I can't imagine fate was any kinder for you growing up. The smile faded from her lips as she looked down with a bit of dejection. The day with the projector, I saw how much it hurt you, the way others treated you because of it, and that's why I wanted to cheer you on in the halls, to show you that you're not alone. Your wife feels great, and I love her. A silly comment she made at the most inopportune time, because she had no ill will. She's wrong, though. I am alone. I've always been alone since the day I was born. Everybody would just be far better off if I was dead. What? Stella gasped as her face lit up in shock. That's not true at all! It takes me a second to realize what I just mumbled out loud. Essentially, how I've essentially felt about myself for the past couple months, but I've been too much of a pussy to make it a reality. Yes, Stella, it is. I utter with difficulty, the tightness in my throat making it difficult. Why should you say that about yourself? The sadness returned to her face. A bit more empathetic type of sadness. I'm scared to tell her. I'm worried that I'll just freak her out and upset her more by telling her how fucked up my life has been. How I've turned into a broken husk of a man until she, Stella and Rosa, came into my life again. She continues to look at me expectantly. Fuck it. She opened up her own struggles. It's only fair I do the same. I haven't been the same ever since Fang shut off the school. I tried to stop her. I couldn't. My voice trembling slightly, and my throat becoming heavier and heavier. And I saw those people die now me, with their brains splattered against the classroom wall. All those students dead on the floor trying to escape her, but they couldn't. I saw Nazer too. The look he gave me right before he died, it never leaves my mind. My eyes closed instinctively as I tried to hold back tears with every fiber of my being. And on the roof, I tried to stop Fang. I asked her to stay with me, to not leave me alone, but she jumped. She killed them all, and herself, because of me. My voice was starting to crack. And every day I've woken up since that hospital, I still see her, Nazer, and Naomi, haunting me, tormenting me about what I've done, and how I failed, and I attempt to finish, but I can't form the words, no matter how hard I tried. Stella listened intently, viewing me as not worth a scorner's comfort, but rather sympathy. I'll further explain how much I feel like I'm being torn apart from the guilt of putting Fang down and the dark path and what it led to. How the only way I could find comfort in the brief respite from the nightmares and hallucinations from the fistful of Adderall, a habit I was thankfully able to kick after being deprived of them. Just when I thought things could be difficult at Volcano High, I found a way to make my mere presence a problem for everyone. I'm on the verge of tears at this point. My entire life, I felt like nothing but trash leeching off the world, and found out I was right. Before I could finish moping, Stella tightens her hugs, her arms and tail wrapping tightly around my stomach, bordering on constriction. Please stop. I don't want to hear another bad word about yourself come out of your mouth. Sorrow gripping her voice, despite speaking clearly, free of any tears. The world may be a darker place without you. I disagree immensely, but I'm caught off guard by her words despite that. Those are the exact words I would use to say how I feel about her. Anon, I need to tell you something. Stella raises her hand and takes hold of the side of my head, her hand feeling warm against my skin. Seeing you in the drugstore was the happiest I've been in a long time. I ran away because I was afraid of what to say. I wasn't sure if you even wanted to talk about it to me, but Stella looks at me wide-eyed as my cheek rests upon her palm. I wanted to tell you for so long, but I love you, Anon. 4 words. 4 words were all it takes to take every fear I've felt today, every regret, every ounce of pain, to wash away. Her embrace, sweet smile, radiant eyes are like a balm to my destroyed soul. For the first time in this world, I truly feel like I'm not alone. I smile as my entire body feels light with bliss. I love you too, Stella. And without another word, Stella begins to lean in ever so slightly, and my instincts compelled me to mirror her actions. It felt like an eternity as we closed the distance, as our lips finally intertwine. As we began to kiss, I feel my entire body float away with ecstasy, the taste of her vanilla-laced lips, and the brush of her soft silk hair against my head. Nothing else matters in this moment, just Stella. Alright, give me a moment. This intermission will be fun. I will start the actual activity we're doing today after I start a coffee pot brewing. Oh yeah, gotta stretch your legs. Alright, is he here? Do I have to... You'll do. Let me get the thing up. Now I gotta do the thing. There we go. Alright, try again there, Chambers.
Testing.
Alright, excellent. Now, I'll explain how this activity is gonna work. So basically, there's fellers in this Discord here, and I've invited all of them to come in and rant about what they're passionate about while I work on a Photoshop meme to help save my voice, because we have 6 chapters to do tonight. So of the two of you with activated mics, which of you would like to go first? Alright. Your topic will decide what I make.
Okay, wait, the thing's on?
Yeah, it's ready to go.
Okay. Yeah, I know I'm supposed to be civil, but my keys break. Okay, let's talk about politics. Let's talk about religion.
Well, I mean, not necessarily civil, but polite.
No, but right, there's no thing for my rant. Oh, it's not really a rant.
Just talk about something that you're passionate about, that you know, or something that you know a lot about, right?
Yeah.
Also, I apologize for slipping into a drawl for the reading, but it's a lot easier on my voice.
I know Gundam is more like MMO hit side is what I'm better at than the actual shows.
Yeah.
I know. I think yeah. So the only shows I've seen are Witch Mercury, Thunderbolts. No, one other. There's one War in the Pocket and 0079, 80 or 79. But the Vietnam one, and yeah, it's pretty much show wise. That's I'm watching IBO.
Oh, I love IBO. It's my favorite one. How about for our image that I'm making? How about I make this RX-78 be fucking balling?
He's fucking balling? Yeah, just have him call.
Yeah. It's the classic. So if you want to just like go off on whatever, I'll start working on this.
Yeah. Due to him being nice as hell, he gave me a small little list so I could think of a little bit of a couple of things of what I can talk about. It's to see one of them being the Gundam aerial, which is kind of funny. I don't know much about it.
Yeah, I've seen you posing it.
I have, I have the full mechanics now. I have both high grades, the air rebuild and just the normal high grade. I think, well, actually, I nearly have all, like, the whole, I don't even know how to call it, the whole aerial slash lift line. If you want to count the Caliban too. All I'm missing is actually the pink one, the pink lift, and the P Bandai, what was it? Full like the mass production cyclone. There we go. The whole spoilers for Witch Mercury. If y'all plan to watch that, or listen to this bit, but the whole Gundam aerial itself had the showrunners for G-Witch decided to pull an Evangelion and put a dead kid in the robot.
Wasn't it her mother?
It was the mother who, I think they actually made an AI of the kid to put in the robot, so people get piloted without dying from. I forgot what the thing was called. The whole red lines. That's what I put it.
Either that or Dreadnought. That's close. Too close to things I can think of.
The best way I describe it is Evangelion or FNAF. But yeah, because you know how they, with Evangelion they have to put a like someone close in the Evas to make it more compatible with the pilot.
Oh, don't you get me fucking started on Evangelion.
Yeah.
And all I know about Evangelion's the memes. Same.
Crank that Soap Boy.
This is gonna be such a shit box of a meme, but we're all here for it, right?
I mean, ain't that the spirit of the meme?
Yeah, especially in this little interlude.
Yeah.
But what else I can say about the area? I definitely know there's like a theory with it that there's more than just the Airy. You think that's Airy the kid that was put in the Ariel. I think there's people think there's more, but honestly I just think this is just the one. Because I don't see the point in trying to crank more than just the one that works.
I'm not telling you to do all that.
Then definitely know people like to just best way to how to watch Witch from Mercury. I don't know, I feel careful because who really cares on how you watch a show? You get the point. You get the point. But I think so I know some people kind of arguing don't watch the prequel bit, the prequel episode before the rest. Watch that, then watch the rest of the show, or some people say watch the rest of the show, then watch that. It would be like, oh my god moment. It's just you still get it. I mean, it's just a little extra context. But,
The I get it is not something you should ever feel the need to say when you're watching a show. You should never be like, I get it. That's been my experience.
I get it.
I get it.
No, it shows at its best when you can pick up the main point and roughly understand.
Yeah, I'm talking more like it holds your hand too hard.
Yeah.
Alright, I now have the ability to copy these fucking things. You know what? In the spirit of the exercise, I'm just going to put regular ass human arms on a Gundam torso. Fight me.
Speaking of the RX, I actually don't own an RX kit.
I do, but it broke.
Damn.
The pelvis broke. It's notoriously fragile.
Yeah. Closest thing to an RX-78 kit is my Thunderbolt and Amazing Red. That is the closest thing I have to RX-78.
Alright, here we are. They're like $20 if you get the high grade.
I've been more or less going for the high for master grades.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of money. But I guess I'm just broke like that, huh?
Surprisingly, my Matsu's been actually selling the high grade videos. I've been thinking about buying it, but that's I guess I'm wanting the bigger kits. But also, I guess though, speaking of the whole, speaking of IBO from earlier, it's really surprising that the only real good kit from that whole line was the Master Grade. I mean, the high grades aren't bad,
They're fragile.
Yeah.
I own like a few high grades. I don't have any master grade Gundams. I don't have money like that, of course. Well, I don't spend that much money on that sort of stuff because I can just buy this computer or have a 3D printer and just make little things myself. Like I have a Liberty Prime statue that my buddy 3D printed for me, Yeah.
God,
Death.
on US soil.
Death is a preferable alternative to communism. Oh yeah, this is gonna be shit ass as fuck.
Dead and red.
Communism detected on American soil. Lethal force engaged.
Fine.
No, I don't want you to do that. Why are you copying the whole image? Why aren't you copying out the thing I just lassoed? Erase background.
Oh, shoot, the computer's acting rebellious. It's an abominable tone just now.
Probably intelligence.
Alright, we are going to do this more of a shit-ass way, because this thing is being bullshit. So I want to Control J to duplicate, and then...
This being spirit is rebelling.
Yeah, for real.
I can exactly see the image on the stream for some reason.
You can't see the image?
No.
That's what's green on the background.
Do I not have it switched over?
I mean, you have it switched over. We can see the program. We just can't see the whole thing. Like, it's just a gray screen. Or not gray screen, but like the gray pattern. You can see the art program, see the GIFs and image in the corner.
Shit. I don't know what's wrong with that.
Weird.
Well, there is one thing I can do about that. I can just fucking do a whole display capture, I guess. And then all this shit pops up. I guess I'll have to work on that later. Can you see it now?
I don't know. Screen delay I got on my side, but not exactly.
Oh yeah, hold on. Whoops. I need to edit that still.
Oh, there we go. Now I can see it.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Let me fix my, there we go. I really like this GIF that Bat made for me. It's fantastic.
Gotta love the bats.
He is such a great feller. So duplicate the image, and then you trace everything that isn't his fucking arm. Stages, my friend, stages. I don't want background erase. I want full erase. And
I'm sorry, so in that story, was Naomi not her first target, or?
no, I don't think so.
Oh, you were Sage, then her brother.
No, Sage killed herself in the story.
Sage or Faye?
Sage.
Sage. Sage.
After Survivor's guilt, Sage killed herself.
You ever say why? I remember. It's been a while since I read that.
Her and Stella when this was shooting firsthand.
Yeah, they were the first targets. Alright, so, and now I get to Control D.
But I can't understand why you
You see how fucked up Anna and Stella is. You know, imagine how fucked up she was.
Alright, so if I do this, I move this to the top, and I turn this back on, then I just need to alter my friend.
When I do my RX and D8 Gundam, I'm definitely gonna try to have it be balling.
There we go. Look at that.
Perfection.
Yeah.
A masterpiece.
Hey, it relates to the topic, doesn't it? Of that we started with is Gundams.
Beautiful. Oh, Lord, please.
Now to add text to make this a true meme.
How glorious. Hey.
I guess keep the Gundam ball rolling, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's about 3 weeks before I got on this rabbit hole. I got a Leo hybrid. Pretty good.
Nice.
Joints are a little looser than I like, but pretty good fitting. Thing again, either a Zaku or a Scarlet mix.
Nice. Well, but for me, this is like, I'm gonna go back like 2 years, or I think, no, just a year ago, like, I think around Christmas, like, 2023 of like 2022, that's what it was. Christmas of like 2022, my mom just took me to like, the local hobby store, just like, hey, come over for Christmas presents for a couple of their friends or something. Yeah, sure, why not? So we went there and I kind of looked around. So I came across the model kits / Gundam section of the store, and honestly, there was not many. I think the last they had was or the most they had were like Witch from Mercury, like figure stands of like I think Stiletta, and like, I don't know one other character from Gundam.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, cool. I might pick this up. So I was like, a little pricey. You know, couldn't really find anything here for any of my friends, and I don't know if any of them like Gundam. So I just kind of like, you know, left it at that. Kind of just having the Gundam model fits in the back of my head. And then I think the summer of, like, I don't remember exactly, but it was somewhere around the summer. And I was like, oh yeah, I should probably go back up there, maybe see if they did change, or like go back to the model kits, because, you know, those, or maybe see Legos or something. That I went there, I was like, oh yeah, Gundam. So I was like, what? Might as well buy one. Went back over to like the Gundam section. They had some of the Witch from Mercury kits. I decided to buy what was them? Wrecker U. I don't know how you pronounce its name. Those like the first kit in
Rekayu.
line. Probably find a picture and probably slap it on stream. If you want. Maybe. Keyword maybe. And,
That's a big
like,
maybe. Yeah. My first model kit was, I think it's called the Haigakuren. It's from the Iron Blooded Orphans. I had the pink one that the big booba lady piloted. The older big booba lady, not the younger one.
Anime and Big Booba. Hard to nail that down.
You know, from the harem ship.
All I know about Gundam is from osmosis from Papa Gundam and Revolution I've seen, so
Yeah.
lost there.
Oh, I mean, yeah, sure. I think this has been a long enough intermission, but thank you all for ranting. The next one will come in about another hour.
Alright.
Closing statements, anybody?
No closing line for me.
All right, cool. Thank you for yapping.
Needed to close blank thing if we wanted to stop her.
Yeah. All right. Now I must get back to the reading before I become too weary. But first, I'll grab my coffee.
used to love you a lot.
Alright, getting back in.
Chapter the 6th. Step into the light. 3 years ago, November 6th, 2017. You can do this, Stella. Just
Don't be shy. They won't laugh at you this time. You've got it. I repeat the words in my head like a mantra, but does little to nothing to ease my nerves, especially since I can barely hear my thoughts amidst the overlapping chatter of my classmates. Miss Procklin gave us an assignment to make a presentation about any form of entertainment from another culture. I found it the perfect opportunity to finally show my passion and love for anime. I wasn't even sure if this was a good idea, especially considering how many times people had laughed at me, calling me names, and treated me horribly because of it. Weeb. Weirdo. Nerd. Each insult is just as painful as the last. Sage always told me, why don't you just... What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. She was right, though. This time is going to be different. I know it will. Will it? Okay, listen up. And calls a voice that swiftly emerges from the opening door, revealing none other than our homeroom teacher, walking towards the desk that overlooked the classroom of distracted teens. The Coelophysis woman addressed the class in barely disgusted fashion. I'll take it you all know the drill. She groaned as she slumped into the chair. We'll be doing presentations from those of you who volunteered to go first, and the rest tomorrow. I've been practicing all weekend, but I still can't feel a sense of dread. The feeling of the world around me becoming overwhelmingly large as I shrink. What if I mess up? What if they'll laugh at me again? No, they won't. Okay, we'll start in alphabetical order by names. Damn, no people fucking watching. That's a bit rude, it might. Damn it, Chambers. Okay, we'll be starting alphabetical order from last names, Miss Procking read aloud as she picked up a stray piece of paper from her desk, taking a moment to pause as she began to examine its contents. Stella Baudelaire, you're up! That's when I began to feel the smallest. I can feel a chill as I look around my peers, seeing all their dread locked onto me with varying expressions as the murmurs flood the classroom. Some are looking at me with pity, disdain, and indifference, with very little of them possessing genuine curiosity on their face. Deep breath, Stella. You've got this. I rise from my desk before I can even exhale and begin to make my way to the presentation board, flash drive in hand. Okay, Stella, just load up your presentation on the projector, and we'll start whenever you're ready. Miss Procking addressed me with a degree of concern in my eyes. She must have seen me start to get nervous. You're gonna do great. You're gonna do great. A minute passes. I awkwardly begin to type on the laptop in front of me, opening up PowerPoint and making sure that the laptop's connected into the projector. I don't need any mistakes happening right now, as a picture of the title screen appears before me as my finger leaves the keyboard for the last time. The Cultural Impact of Anime, a presentation by Stella Baudelaire from room 12A. The words appear front and center in a green background with floral accents. The title is above a picture of the Japanese flag and a collection of some of my favorite anime characters from on the side. Nagami Yui, Chihiro Ojino, and Kirito specifically. I see a giant replication of the title screen behind me on the projector as I turn around, confirming that everything is set up correctly. Paying no more attention to the potential ridicule of my classmates, I take a step away from the laptop so everyone can get a better view. However, each step I take feels heavy, like I'm sinking into concrete. Like my body is trying to stop me from moving no matter how hard I try. I believe in you, Stella. Hello, everyone. I meekly address the classroom as I turn around to see well over a dozen people around my age gazing in my direction, sporting various expressions. My stomach feels sick as I begin to hear faint snickering from the people of the classroom. No, ignore them. So for my presentation, I'll be talking about anime. The words struggle to form as the staring of my peers begin to crush me with pressure. I can feel my legs wobbling and my hands start to shake, but no matter how much focus I put into it, I can't keep it still. I need to push on. Anime is a form of entertainment from Japan. It originated as the animated form of manga. One of the earliest examples of anime was, "Can you stop dancing? You're in a classroom, not a talent show!" The stray comment emanating from a red ankylosaur boy in the back corner causes the chuckling from the rest of the students in the classroom. "Hey, enough!" Miss Prockling sits up and reprimands the heckler with a glare before turning to face me. "Please continue, Stella." Yes, one of the earliest examples of anime was the 1963 show Astro Boy. Since then, the genre took off, leading to the... I can feel the judgmental look in all their eyes intensify, sneers becoming more pronounced, and it's only a matter of time before they start hurling insults again. To the creation of studios such as Studio Ghibli, Bones, Mappa, and other popular series such as Naruto, Pure Cure, and... Amidst the swaying, I lose my balance and fall towards the desk. Thankfully, my hand catches on the desk, stopping my fall. Just as I calm down, I hear growling and sniffing through the rest of the class. I begin to see where my hand is placed and what slide I'm on now. A slide that I'm not supposed to be on until much later. No, I must have skipped through all of the slides. Why is this happening? I practice every day, so something like this wouldn't happen. You guys see that retard fall on the laptop? And is that a fucking cat girl too? Clearly 2 bombs weren't enough. Do a Naruto run, you fucking weeb! Their insults overwhelm me to the point where I can barely concentrate on the world around me. As my eyes begin to swell up with tears, aside from the pterodactyl girl in the back and the red Dilophosaurus close to the front, almost everyone in the class was laughing at me about how much of a loser I am, how pathetic I am. I can't do this. My legs kick into autopilot as I run in the classroom. Tears begin to flow like my eyes from waterfalls. Pushing through the classroom door, I hear the angered voice of my teacher. "That's enough! All of you!" The farther away I get from the classroom, the fainter her voice becomes, drowning out any comprehension of what she's saying next. But I don't even care what she's saying. I just want to get out of here. Moving throughout the hallway, I pass by a handful of students, witnesses to see the anime-loving loser cry. They're looking at me with confusion, but I know what they're really thinking. "Oh, did the stupid weeb get picked on again? Maybe she should just do us a favor and kill herself." "That girl must have no friends whatsoever, aside from her body pillows and the weirdos in the snoot cord servers." Even if they don't say those words out loud, I can see it on their lips, their eyes. After aimlessly walking through the halls, I managed to find a spot away from the chaos, one connected to the corridors that's usually abandoned at this time of day. A place where I can be alone, where someone like me belongs. I crumple to the ground next to one of the lockers as a wave. No, a tsunami of sadness washes over me. Why must people be so cruel? Anime has been such a big part of life growing up. It's brought me so much joy in the darkest of days. Many days I came home from school crying because of the bullying I had to face. I felt so alone. But whenever I get the chance to sit down and watch my favorite shows, I didn't feel so alone, if only briefly. I'm no stranger to pain, tormented for who I am. Even if there's been people who have shown me kindness, like my parents or Sage, it does little to dull the pain. So many kids my age talk about how much they love superheroes, sports, video games, and books. But when I talk about how much anime means to me, I'm treated like an outcast. It's a hobby like any other. But maybe an aspie like me deserves this. ¿Qué pasa? Why are you? Merde! I jump backwards into the locker almost instinctually, causing a sharp pain to run down my back. Why do I have to have back plates? I look towards the figure in front of me, an orange-colored ankylosaurus girl around my age, dressed in a rather beautiful floral dress. A concerned and apologetic look grows across my face due to her outburst. La siento, I did not mean to scare you. I just saw you crying, and I wanted to know if you were okay. She appears to be genuinely concerned about my well-being, but why though? Why would this girl care about a loser she's never met before? My name is Rosa. What is your name? The girl introduces herself as she lowers to the ground against one of the lockers beside me, facing me at eye level. Stella, my name is Stella. Rosa responds with a warm smile. It is very nice to meet you, Stella. Would I be able to ask why you are crying? A concern returned to her voice. I let out a sigh as her question reminded me of the abuse I faced from my classmates just moments ago. We had to do an assignment by presenting a form of entertainment from another culture to the class. I forced the words to come out of my mouth, my voice sounding a bit squeaky. Oh, that sounds like fun. What was it you were presenting? A wave of fear washes over me. I can tell if I tell her what I was presenting, she's gonna laugh at me too. Hey, it's okay, chica, you can tell me. She places a hand on my shoulder while looking me in the eyes. Maybe it's safe to tell her? Anime. I was presenting about anime, and they... My voice breaks as I continue to struggle, but Rose's expression shows she knows what I'm about to say next. Esteban, listen. Rosa interjects with the soothing, you shouldn't ever have to be ashamed of the things you enjoy. In fact, I think anime is muy chula, pretty cool. Join the stream. I'm annoying the chambers right now. For a brief moment, so many times I thought I felt alone due to how much of an outcast I feel like for being into anime or tarot readings. It's very rare to open up my hobbies, not only not get judged for it, but I'd rather have somebody relate to it. You like anime too? See, I absolutely loved watching Dragon Ball Z when I was Niña, but aside from that, I've seen a few other shows from time to time. I'll admit, Dragon Ball isn't exactly my cup of tea, but the fact to have someone other than Sage I can finally talk about these things to really makes me happy. We've spent the next few minutes discussing what else we like to do. Turns out Rosa loves to garden and dance too. The first of which being something I've always wanted to get her into. Her mood was slightly soured when I told her about my passion for astrology. I expected her to get up and leave at that moment, being left alone once more, but to my surprise, she didn't judge me for it. I was assuming she must have been a fairly religious girl since she mentioned something about Raptor Jesus having a plan for me. As I begin to feel more comfortable, I walked to open the door about how lonely I've felt since my first year, with Sage being my only real friend. My words caused a grim look to grow across Rosa's face, as if she can empathize with that sort of pain being through a first-hand experience. We also spent time getting to know each other, and what our experience has been like at high school so far. Turns out she's a sophomore too, and before long, I almost forgot why I left the classroom in tears. I've always struggled with making friends. Just having someone to talk to has really made me feel less alone. Stella Baudelaire, please come to room 12A. That's Stella Baudelaire, please come to room 12A. The school's telecom echoes throughout the halls, pulling my attention away from my new friend. I take it they're looking for you? Rosa glances at the speakers on the wall. Yeah, I better go before I get in trouble. No tres piocas. But before you go, I wanted to ask if you would like to sit with me at lunch. Rosa rises from the ground and offers me a hand for support. Does she still want to hang out with me? You want to have lunch with me? I take her hand, her gesture of kindness confusing me. Of course. I had a great time talking to you, Stella, and I would like to hang out again sometime. Rosa lets out a smile, genuinely taking an interest in me. I would love to. Thank you. Rosa lets out a chuckle. Muy bien. I'll wait for you in the cafeteria when the bell rings. I look forward to it, Rosa. I'll see you then. Rosa and I began to walk away from each other as we head our separate ways. Adios, Stella. See you soon. And from that point on, I made a friend that I would come to call my sister in a time. For months, I felt nothing but pain and loneliness. As I continued to drown further in a sea of grief, turning me into a watchful, rocking shell of a man. For so long I felt like that. But right now, I feel free. All the worries and burdens that have plagued me for every waking moment, all the pale in comparison to the bliss I've found myself in. Her warm embrace, her kind and bubbly demeanor, her silky smooth skin and beautiful hair that flows like a river. She's incredible. We're both lying on our soft, pillowy cloud of bed facing the TV, except neither of us seems to be fixated on the moving images on the screen in front of us. Only each other. I'm sitting against the headboard as she leans against me, her head resting against my shoulder as her body practically sinks into my own. Both of us are aware of the state of euphoria after we spend our past 10 minutes learning to play Humistegosaurus tonsil hockey. Surprisingly enough, it was easier than I thought it was going to be. Considering Stella's curved beak-like snoot, one would think that with a mouth like that, she would have trouble drinking from a glass, let alone kissing someone like me without getting my lips caught in her mouth. You're mumbling again, Anon? I can feel my entire face turn red with embarrassment. I don't even need a mirror to see it. Stella lifts her hand to my shoulder and faces me with a mischievous grin. I was about to say the same thing about your flat lips. How do you even eat with those things? She jabs me with an uncharacteristically sassy tone. Did she just... As I sit completely dumbfounded, Stella bursts into a fit of giggling as she struggles to maintain her balance on me. The look on your face. Stella wipes the tears away from her eyes. You're adorable, Anon. You too, I artistically blurt out as I began to blush to the point where I began to look like an offensive stereotype. Stella continues to giggle as she sinks into my arms. I instinctually return the gesture by holding her close. Despite her being more or less the same height as me when standing up, she feels so small and delicate in my arms. I'm left with this urge to protect her and keep her safe. Me too, bro. The desire burning inside me like an inferno. As Stella's rather adorable laughter subsides, we're left where we found ourselves moments ago, in a comfortable silence. Or at least I assume it's comfortable silence. Should I say something so we aren't just awkwardly sitting here after we spent the past couple of minutes making out? In silence, my mind scrambles on what to discuss, and I spot the first object in the room. A Packy Station 5. How did she get one of those anyway? So, how did you get one of those things? I ask as I point towards the white router lookalike on the shelf. The PS5? Oh, I was able to pre-order it back when they were announced then. Stella beamed with enthusiasm. I got pretty lucky because they're really hard to find now. Yeah, no kidding. I can't imagine finding an Xbox Series X is easier. Is any easier either? I struggle as I begin to think about what next to say. My eyes scan her azure room and spot a painting above her television. A lone blonde-haired boy surrounded by a dark blue background, touching what appears to be the surface of water. It's a reflection mirroring the boy's actions in a distorted manner. God damn, Stella is talented. The only shit I've ever been able to see make an art class are dogs, and they always look like alligators. I don't think I've seen that piece yet. What's it about? I inquire as I direct her attention towards the painting above. Oh, that one, it's about... Before Stella can finish, a creaking sound fills the air as my head snaps to the door to see it's being opened by Stella's father. Aw, fuck. His eyes are scanning what's going on. His daughter holding her arms around a filthy, crippled human sitting on her bed in his house. Fuck! 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 I sit there frozen. Fear enveloped my entire body as I painfully recall the last time I was in the bedroom with someone's daughter. Next time I catch you with my daughter alone, I'll use your head as a Rubik's Cube. Okay then. Mr. Baudelaire matches my growing confusion before letting out a whistle. Vienzi Chigi, please! Oh fuck, I forgot the dog was with us the whole time. I'm reminded even more as the smiling Samoyed rises from the ground beside Stella's bed, eagerly responding to his master's call. So for the past couple of minutes, her dog's just been watching us? Ew! I'll just leave you alone. I'll leave you two alone. Her father closes the door slowly, his face painted with the texture of embarrassment and discomfort. Wait, you didn't think we... Raptor, Jesus help me. Still, I guess that went far better than we could have hoped for. So what were you asking me about, Anon? I honestly forgot now. A contemplative look begins to grow across Stella's face as she looks as if she's digging inside her mind as to what to say next. So Anon, I wanted to ask, since you're here, did you want to do a tarot reading? A tarot reading? A part of me is surprised that she asked the question. In the weeks that I've reunited with her, I've barely been able to talk to her about astrology. Sure, the art she's been creating is definitely influenced by the typical art you'd see on one of those occultist shit she's into. Still, I haven't really heard her mention it directly. Astrology was such a big part of our identity back at Volcano High. Right from the moment we met, I bumped into her in the hallway and she cryptically addressed me while showing me one of her cards in further elaboration. To a moment right before Fang's big performance at Dynamo's when she wore that Opie shirt. I pray that nobody else knew what that word means. Funny when I think about it, it was such a weird moment overshadowed by all the other events that happened that night. What happens with Fang? I still remember the card she drew. Inverted Empress. I don't know the first thing about astrology besides the cards I've seen from Parasarna. But the way Stella dashed out of the back room... Thank you guys. The way Stella dashed out of the back room in a panic tells me that she definitely didn't mean anything good. And she was more right than she knew. Do I really want to know what the stairs, fate, or any other, or whatever has in store for me? Well, I'll be opening myself up to more pain. As my inner thoughts drown out the world surrounding me, I can feel a pair of soft hands take hold of my hand. Even if the stars point towards a grim fate, you're not alone anymore. Stella gazes into my eyes with a warm smile as she acknowledges my hesitation. We'll face it together. Together. I echo her last word as I begin to mixture of intense emotions inside, emotions that only grow stronger as our lips meet once again. The feeling is just as invigorating as the first time. Joy, longing, security, the twinge of sadness left over from years of loneliness I've had to endure.
Excuse me. Fuck!
The pain that was briefly overshadowed when Fang came into my life, filling my life with a sense of purpose and happiness. Am I wrong to leave that happiness behind, though? To forget it all and move on to new friends? There will always be a part of me that loves Fang, but I'm still left with conflicting feelings nonetheless. Stella's looking at me in anticipation as her lips part, waiting for my answer. I'd love to. Let's do it. Wasting no time, she practically shoots up from bed like a rocket. I remind her not to give her sugar after midnight. Yay, it's been ages since I've done a tarot reading with someone else. Stella chirps up as she begins to earnestly rummaging through her dresser. It must have been a while since she's had the opportunity to do a tarot reading. I can see why she's so excited. And here that is. Stella pulls out a somewhat dusty card pack containing a flower print with the words Babil Major Arcana written across it. She eagerly sits back down on the bed and begins taking out the cards and shuffling them like a dealer at a poker game. So before we begin the reading, Stella addresses me with a serious eye. What question would we like to search for from the stars? A while ago, I would have cringed at her to hear something say something like that. But now, I can't get over how cute she sounds when she talks all mystical. Now, what question should we look for? How about it? What will the future look for us? And if things will ever get better? Stella lowers her head towards the cards as she looks with contemplation. Yeah, I would like that. The enthusiasm in her voice now replaced with melancholy. But Stella? I touch her hand. That night at the concert when I did a reading for you back in the room, I got scared and ran out of there before I could tell you anything. I didn't know how bad things would become. She looks at me, her eyes full of regret. I'm so sorry, Anon. She's expecting me to be mad and furious at her for withholding information about something as trivial as a card. But I can't even find anger in me. I mean, it's not like I would have been able to make sense of it even if she told me. You have nothing to apologize for whatsoever. My grip around her hand tightens. Sometimes you can't change fate, no matter how hard you try. But maybe this reading now can give us a sign of what's to come. Stella smiles at my words of encouragement as she squeezes my hand. I'm so glad you're here, Anon. She whispers as she moves towards my face just and pecks me on the cheek. A cute girl just kissed me on the cheek. An absolute cutie pie just kissed me on the cheek. Jesus, Anon, keep your spaghetti in your pockets! Okay, let us discover the will of the gods. Stella moves beside me, so we're both facing the same direction. Makes sense considering that whole thing with the upward and reverse card elements. Wasting no more time, Stella begins shuffling the cards and placing them downwards, separating them from each other as the other nine cards now lay in front of us. Now pick 3 cards. Stella places the deck to her side. Would you like to pick them out? I don't really know precisely how tarot readings work. I'm playing along as best I can, but the idea does occur to me as I begin thinking of what to say. How about we pick one, and then pick the last card together, I suggest. Stella's face lights up at my suggestion, showing that I must have said the right thing. That's a great idea, Anon. You go first. Without giving it much thought, I pick the one farthest to the right. Stella smiles and she eagerly shifts the card towards her, distancing it from the group. She then quickly grabs the tarot card left to center, smiling with barely contained joy from the moment. I can see why she's so enthusiastic. It must have been a while since she's been able to do something like this. Sure, she and Rosa are thick as thieves, but I can imagine someone like Rosa would be too keen on partaking in the black arts. Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't done a tarot reading since. Stella confirms the suspicion that I just mumbled out. However, she hesitates on the last word. Since the night of the prom. Stella finally rushes her sentence, the giddiness in her voice now replaced with turmoil and contemplation. But unlike the other times she would burst into tears revisiting parts of her past, she seems a bit more composed. It must have been difficult for her to open up about her losing her best friend to a lifetime of bullying. I can't blame her. I was worried she was going to kick me out of her room after telling her I'm pretty much a drug-addicted schizo. I gingerly take hold of her hand, catching her attention as she looks away from the cards. Hey, it's going to be alright. It'll be different this time. I wanted to make her feel safe and happy. If so, if she can still look at me in the eye and care about me despite how fucked up I am, then surely I can too. Stella's frown turns into a subtle smile as my reassurance seems to have an effect on her. Thank you, Anon. She softly coos before we face the cards once more. I have no idea what card is a good one to pick, so I just moved where her hand is moving, landing on the center right. Moving the card towards the other selected cards, she begins to rather quickly flip them over, revealing its contents. Strength. Sounds good, don't it? The Lovers. You know, maybe this whole fate and stars thing is real because this is way too on the nose. And the last card... sorry. A robed figure holding a scythe, riding a pale horse. Death? Oh, fuck! I blurt out as my eyes spot a sinister-looking card. Stella begins to look at me with confusion for a brief moment until her eyes light up in surprise. Oh, no, you've got it all wrong. Death doesn't necessarily mean actual death or anything bad. Stella shifts her body facing me as she tries to alleviate my concerns. The scary-looking robed figure with a scythe that's literally called Death, the Grim Reaper, isn't a bad thing? How? My ignorance causes a slightly annoyed expression to grow on Stella's face as she lets out a sigh. She seems to be taking this fairly seriously. The upright death card usually refers to the end of a cycle. Usually when someone leaves an old part of their life behind and begins something new, it could mean transformation or rebirth. That seems a little misleading, but it does make a bit of sense.
So does that mean the reverse death card? It means something like being stuck in the past?
Yes, exactly. Good guess.
The annoyed look on Stella's face quickly evaporates at my lucky guess. My eyes wander back to the cards, which all appear to be upright. So what does this mean? I look back towards the whimsical Stego and her brain hard at work, analyzing the meaning. Her brow furrowed, her eyes focused, her finger rubbing her chin. She really gets into this shit, huh?
Well, for the upright version, strength usually means to represent elements such as bravery, compassion, and inner strength. The lovers usually symbolize, well, love, but also unity and just relationships in general.
Her finger traced along the cards as she explained the meaning, educating me on the intricate world of astrology. Not gonna lie, this is kind of interesting. That Armenian pottery form was so full of shit.
And combined with the meaning of upright death, she pauses briefly as the cogs begin to turn in her head, until her look of contemplation turns into joyous again. Together, we'll overcome the storm and forge a new path, creating our own happiness.
The Stego begins to lean against me, her head resting on my shoulder. I can't help but smile, partially due to the Stego's dorky and mystical description, but also from her hopeful affirmations. If there's anyone who would know stuff like this just from reading cards, it's her. She lashes her arms around me as I mirror her actions. As we sit comfortably in each other's embrace, and for once, I feel a fire warming in my cold soul. But do I really deserve a better future? For the first time in a while, I forget how quickly time flies when you're having a good time. And for the first time in months, I was genuinely happy. After discussing our tarot reading, Stella and I left her room to go downstairs and see her parents in the dining room, which is something I was not looking forward to, especially since her father walked in with a skinny cuddling with his daughter on her bed. With each step, our feet made our way down the wooden stairs. The more consumed with anxiety and fear I found myself. All I could picture was his murderous stare, sharp claws, and violent intentions. That's all I'm able to anticipate with Stella's dad when we talk to him. But before my paranoia can continue any further, Stella stops and faces me on the stairs with a reassuring look.
Anand, what's wrong?
Huh? Oh shit, was I mumbling again?
No, but you've been hyperventilating for the past 20 seconds.
Jesus, am I so paranoid I can't even hear myself over my own thoughts?
Sorry, it's just he saw me with... I don't want to feel like... Before I continue any further, I'm cut off as a blur of green flashes before my eyes. I feel a warm sensation attacking my lips, sending sweet vibration throughout my entire body for a brief moment before pulling away. Anon.exe has stopped working. Feel better? The Stego asked with a dulcet tone.
Yeah.
Stella giggled to my spurred response as we continued to make our way downstairs into the hall, preparing to face the most arduous task any guy my age could go through. Talking to the parents of a girl I like. Well, time waits for no one, I thought to myself as we made our way closer to the living room. The conversation between Stella's parents becomes easier to hear. Not that I can understand any of it, but still. Stella takes the lead as we walk down the decorated living room, seeing the Stegosaurus couple sitting on the chairs opposite each other, conversing with each other in a rather serious tone. But before I can analyze their actions further, I take notice of the walking white carpet rising up from the ground as she smiles and runs over toward Stella and I. Gaily greeted us with an immense enthusiasm. I've run out of coffee. As Stella smiles and begins to pet her faithful canine, I see her parents' faces grow with surprise, shocked to see the skinny has done this impossible and lured their daughter out of the room. Mon Dieu, Stella, vous allez bien? Her father rose from her seat as he cautiously approached us. Your mother and I would always hear if you want to... Oof! The patriarch's words are cut off with a hug from Stella as Stella began to push into her father. I'm sorry, Papa.
Stella's muffled voice was overcome with emotions and remorse.
Je suis désolé d'avoir été si méchant avec toi.
No, you have nothing to apologize for, my dear.
Stella's mother rose from her chair and approached the two with a smile. We will always love you, Stella. There's nothing that you could possibly do to ever change that.
She cooed as she wrapped her arms around her husband and daughter, joining each other in an embrace of reconciliation.
Standing in the doorway, I could only stand motionless as I watched with a smile and the display of love before my eyes. I've never really had a good relationship with my parents other than the times they've done more than the bare minimum. No words of affection, encouragement, or affirmation. No calls in the middle of the week to check on my overall well-being. No hospital visits for their son, who was on death's door. But for Stella, all is laid bare before my eyes. There with her through thick and thin, the good and bad, always trying to make her feel safe and secure when she's broken down. And even with her relationship is strained... Aw, that's cute, Noble. They view her with nothing but love. The two truly love their daughter unconditionally. Eventually, a circle of embrace is broken and still a father's faces me, the smile on his face remaining unbroken. Merci, Anon! I appreciate everything you've done for our daughter. It means a great deal to us. The middle-aged Stego smiled with none of the anticipated hostility. He's thanking me? Not throwing me out of his house? Wait, no, this has to be an act. He obviously doesn't want to make a scene in front of his family. Besides, all I did was just talk to her. But I share his happiness to see Stella safe and sound, too. Of course, sir. I was worried after what happened the other day. I just wanted to make sure Stella was okay. My answer causes a subtle blush to grow across Stella's face as she breaks away from her mother's embrace. The patriarch smiled as he stepped forward and placed his hand on my shoulder. Fuck! I winced reflexively as I braced myself for the claws to pierce my skin until I remember Stegosauruses don't have claws. I opened my eyes to see the hand of Stella's father hovering over my shoulder. As concern begins to grow across my face from my sudden apprehension. Oh, désolé! I did not mean to... Sorry, it's not you. I just had a rough couple weeks. I'll elaborate as little as possible. I don't really want to sour the mood here. The smile returns to his face as he steps towards his family, the dog circling them all as they prances with excitement. It is all right, Anon. You're just the man we need indeed. You're a kind young man indeed. Mr. Baudelaire began to pet the excited Ghibli while we were still focused on me, his hand running along the ears of the happy Samoyed. We're just about to order some dinner. We'd love to join you. Why am I slipping down? We are just about to order some dinner. We'd love to join you. We'd love for you to join us if you can. Maybe he wants to poison me with dinner, or perhaps it's some elaborate trick to get me to lower my guard so I don't expect his wrath. Oh, I couldn't possibly trouble you. You've all been nothing but nice. I try to make myself seem as polite as possible. Nonsense! It is the very least we could do for the man who saved our daughter. I insist. Well, when someone says I insist, one really doesn't have a say in the matter. Besides, even if I die, I'm not about to pass up on an opportunity to eat food that doesn't taste like moldy cardboard. The past 2 hours went by rather well. Considering all the eggshells I felt myself walking over, calculating, thought twice about every word that came out of my mouth since to avoid getting on Stella's parent shit list. With every careful step I took, I saw more and more of how pointless it was. Not because it was only a matter of time before they chewed me up or put my head on the wall, but from the looks of it, both her parents seemed like genuinely nice people who just wanted to get to know the guy who saved their daughter. They kept asking me how I was feeling, was my leg or neck still hurting, or whether I was okay with Chinese food they were ordering. I didn't want anyone else worrying about me, so I lied to alleviate all their concerns. However, her father didn't seem convinced of any of the answers aside from my eagerness on the food we ordered. After all, everybody knows the more outdated and low quality the pictures of the menu are, the better the food are. And thank God that turned out to be true, too. As we waited on the food to arrive, I began to ask him about my life, what I'm doing at the moment, and what my plans were now that I was done with high school. Not exactly a subject I want to talk about, because I can't imagine what they'd think of me if they found out I was basically a welfare leech wasting away in a cockroach-infested shithole of an apartment. Stella notices my hesitation, and gave me a look of encouragement, or at least telling me, It's okay. My parents won't judge you. Sorry. Throat.exe don't work. I opened up about pretty much everything to Stella. I didn't want to overstep too much, but she turned out to be correct as they offered words of comfort. They seemed to understand where I was coming from, especially since I was almost killed that day. Then again, I suppose it makes sense that they're able to empathize since their daughter seemed to be more or less the same boat. My maman told me this when I was a young boy. Après la pluie, les beaux temps. After the rain comes the sunshine. Even if I struggled to agree, his words offered me a strange sense of comfort. Would it be possible for the sun to shine again after the stormiest days, finding light in the darkness, even for someone like me? As we continued to discuss my life in the current situation, I found it increasingly difficult to concentrate as the Baudelaire's faithful dog was trying to get me attention. Nuzzling me on her snoot and pawing at me with attention. Let's just say, how could you not drop everything and give pets to a dog as cute as Ghibli? Wow, it seems Ghibli really likes you, Anon. Stella exclaimed as she noticed as her dog bombarded me with affection. Ghibli is usually quite shy around strangers. There must be something about you she's taken a liking to. Stella's mother chimed in before being cut off by rhythmic sounds from the hallway. Bing bong! Ghibli ran away from us towards the hallway in a frenzy, causing me to panic and jump back in surprise. Dinner is served. Stella's mother excitedly spoke as she rose from her seat to make her way towards the front door. Ghibli, calmez-vous. Once our food arrived, we grabbed some plates from their impressive display of a kitchen, a rather sophisticated coffee maker, and one of those steak-selling fridges that looked more technologically advanced than my PC at home. It was easy to get distracted looking for plates. Her parents were generous enough to get me an order of non-herbivorous sweet and sour chicken, which I quickly devoured to the point of making a Reddit moderator look like an anorexic in comparison. Stella's parents expressed some concern at my enthusiasm, asking if I was eating enough at home. They were almost being too nice. But I tried to shake that feeling away from me as I focused on the happiness I feel for the first time in a long time. Once seated, we continued our earlier conversation about my situation, and I wanted to use this as an opportunity to gain a mutual understanding, so I asked them general kinds of questions, like what they did for a living, what were their hobbies, etc. Stella's mother explains how she's an anchor for the DNN news in town. Despite what I know about the dodgy media outlet, I still felt like that seemed like a good fit for her, considering how welcoming and kind she's shown me thus far. And it turns out that Stella's father works as a sound engineer, working for various musicians, studios, media outlets, even a few TV or movie sets. As it turns out, he recently worked alongside his wife at DNN. However, he explained that his line of work these days is usually done at home, since he apparently took indefinite leave from DNN to ensure his daughter always has another person in the house with her, as recommended by her therapist. And now the rubber jaw finally sets in for the night, and we will be fucking stumbling. As the time passed by and the sky started to darken, Stella's father asked me if I needed to ride home. A part of me is afraid he's a ruse to get me with him alone so he can bash my brains in with a 9-iron or something like that when no one's not looking. Looking at this, but at the same time, I probably don't need to waste more money on another taxi. I doubt the driver won't be as generous as he was today. So I'd be a retard to refuse such an offer. Before he went, he asked if I also want to see his home studio before leaving. Considering how advanced their kitchen is, I can't imagine how eccentric his studio must be, so I took him on the offer. Besides, a while back, I began tinkering with some audio editing software here and there before everything happened. Now it's just been left to rot in my clusterfuck of a desktop. So, my boy, you said you had some knowledge of sound engineering, yes? Mr. Baudelaire inquired as he guided me downstairs, presumably where his setup is. Yes, sir. I wanted to learn more of it after I nearly tripped over my own words as I realized I was about to say the name of the person who almost killed his daughter. A friend of mine introduced me to music, and I began playing around with some editing software for a little bit after. Ah, magnifique! Anon, we all have somewhere to start, no? The Stegosaurus flashes a smile of approval my way. Have you been playing around with it after what your friend showed you? It was just another painful reminder of Fang, what things could have been with her. But I could have done better. I let out a sigh before answering his question. I haven't really got around to it again, sadly. After everything that went down, it's just been hard to focus on things that make me happy. Oui, that can do it. A couple seconds of awkward silence pass by and make the door leading downstairs, which is on the other side of the house for some reason. How can I fix this? I don't want to fuck things up. But I have been planning on getting back into it recently. A pleased expression forms on Mr. Baudelaire in response to my half-lie. Oh, wonderful! That's good to hear. Audio engineering is an excellent profession, he said as we walked downstairs before he stopped in front of a light switch. Not to mention, you get to play with some nice toys, too. His finger moves across the switch, illuminating the room with a gentle light, revealing some weird lined panels placed on the wall next to... Holy shit! My eyes are in complete awe of the spectacle standing before me. A trinity of large monitors besides a rather fancy-looking iPad surrounded by speakers big enough to turn someone deaf. The screens rest underneath a collection of different audio interfaces and control panels that my limited knowledge of audio fuckery can comprehend. All his equipment is sitting on a rather immaculate-looking oak desk. All his equipment looks like it's worth as much as a new car. Okay, maybe I should actually get back into audio engineering now. Plus, a setup like this would be awesome for some video games. What do you mean by that, Chambers? Haha, Stella said the same thing too. Mr. Baudelaire chuckled in response to my mumbling. Although, sure how it would be. Although it has been a long time since I've played one of these vidya games with her. I must educate him about the joys and wonders of PC vidya. However, right now I need to focus on not shitting my pants right now because I'm still alone with Stella's dad, the dad of the girl I kissed. That's awesome. Really, Non? That's awesome. That's really the best you got? Ah, merci! It is quite nice to be able to work with equipment such as this. The Stegaris man smiled as he turned his face towards me. But I should ask this before we leave. Where did you live again? Maybe if you find that, I can avoid getting my head put into the wall. Thank you, Raptor Jesus. Oh, I live in Skin Row, sir. A serious look grew on his eyes widened. He paused as he let out a sigh and smiled sympathetically. That's okay. We still need to get you home safely one way or another, we? Shit. Thank you, sir. Ah, not a problem at all, and on. Let's say goodbye. He's being too nice to me. He's waiting once we're off his property to take action. I'm not stupid. I can see what's going on here. The two of us made our way upstairs, Mr. Baudelaire allowing me to go first thanks to my crippled privilege. Just like earlier, walking up the stairs feels like the world's most dangerous version of hopscotch, but falling down is the least of my worries right now. As I reached the top of the stairs and entered the house's main area, we're greeted with by the remaining residents of the Baudelaire household. Before you go on, there is something Stella would like to say to you. Mrs. Baudelaire gestured towards her daughter, who began fidgeting nervously with her fingers as her eyes pointed to the ground. Thank you, Anon, not just for coming here to check on me, but for talking to me, listening to me, and spending time with me. Stella raised her head with a smile. For the first time in a long time, I'm as afraid. I don't feel as alone. The words come out of her mouth, but this is exactly what I should be saying to her. I can't help but smile. Thank you, Anon, for everything. Without another word, Stella steps forward and embraces me in a big, warm hug. I return the favor as I lean one of my crutches against the wall and hug her with my free arm. You took the words right out of my mouth, Stella. I should be the one to thank you. Her hug tightens as my words seemingly provoke an emotional response from her. Around her, I feel truly safe. A euphoric state where I feel as if I have nothing to fear and how nothing else matters. Just us. Way to ruin a moment, Ghibli. Eventually, the high ends as Stella pulls away and she giggles at her dog's audition for Volcadera's Got Talent. Thank you for coming, Anon. I hope we can see each other again soon. Stella smiles at me as her hand moves to stroke her dog's white fur. I would love that, I answer as I pick up my remaining crutch and step away from the door. I don't want another accident with my leg. Alright, my dears, I will be driving Anon home now. I'll be back. Message me if either of you needs anything while I'm away. Mr. Baudelaire addressed his family as he adjusts his blazer and makes his way towards the house's front entrance. Right, I forgot. He's driving me home. 20 minutes pass as Mr. Baudelaire, with sheer tension making it seem like 3 hours. The ride has been relatively quiet so far, aside from some bouts of small talk.
typical questions like, any plans when you get home, or general comments about various buildings or signs. Raptor, Jesus help me. I feel like I'm on a tightrope here. As we drive through the dusk-lit streets of Volcadera Bluff, I try to focus on the objects in front of me, but I'm too distracted by my fear to pay attention to him. What's his game? Why has he been this nice to me? And why is he suddenly now quiet? The anticipation of my impending doom sends shivers down my body. Wait, am I afraid to die? For months I wished for death, but I couldn't grow the balls to end it. And 4 days ago when Trish attacked Stella and I at the mall, I almost died and I wasn't afraid. In that moment when Trish began to strangle the life of me, I couldn't find the strength to fight back, nor did I want to. I was ready to die. But at the same time, with everything that's happened over the past couple of weeks, especially today, I found part of myself that I wanted no longer existed. A piece of myself I thought was long dead. And how I've tried to bury what little remained of it. It makes me want to live. To keep going despite the shit I've been through. What I've been going through. And maybe if Stella and even Rosa could see whatever good is inside me, then perhaps maybe I should just keep going. If I have friends who truly care about me, then perhaps I could try to as well. Anon! Jesus fucking shit! Yes, sir? I choke out, my voice cracking like I've just hit puberty all over again. Is everything alright? The male Stega asked with a degree of concern as he briefly glanced at my way while trying to focus on the road. You seem to be mumbling something. Shit, how much did he hear? It's okay, Nan. Try to play it off. Sorry, I have a bad habit of doing that when I'm nervous. My voice falters as the last word leaves my lips. I noticed. I had a feeling something was wrong. Shit, he's on to me. What do you mean, sir? Mr. Baudelaire lets out a sigh as his left hand moves across the turn signal and turns the car right. Allow me to be honest. I could tell you've been nervous around my wife and I, but I assure you you have nothing to worry about. Mr. Baudelaire explains without a hint of malice or aggression in my voice. Listen, son, I know you like my daughter, and I can clearly tell Stella likes you too. This is not going how I expected him to react. You can? Of course! When my daughter reignited with you 2 weeks ago, that was the happiest I've seen her in a long time. When she came back home, Stella cares a great deal about you, Anon. The male Stegosaurus looks me in the eye, as well as we wait for the light to turn green. And man to man, I understand how scary it is to meet the parents of the girl you like, especially Père Lepoire. The first time I met my wife's parents, he chuckles as I'm sitting in my seat wondering what kind of hell to make of this. So you're not mad at me? I ask with confusion, looking in his direction. My question caused genuine confusion to grow across his face. Quoi? No, dear boy, why would I be upset with you? You have done nothing wrong. But isn't he supposed to want to kick my ass? Especially since he caught me in bed with his daughter, all saucy-eyed. He's even being supportive. If this is about earlier, you two didn't, Oh, Jesus Christ. My face grows red with embarrassment over Mr. Baudelaire's question. What? No. Nothing like that happened at all, sir, I promise you. My outburst of fear and embarrassment caused the steak to chortle. Relax, dear boy, you're not in trouble. But that is a relief to hear, though. I'm left speechless. I've analyzed and thought about every possibility that could happen. I was sure he was going to want to see me hang for being in bed with his daughter. Let alone with his daughter, period. All those shitty movies and TV shows always show the dad trying to intimidate the daughter's boyfriend. Not to mention I've had first-hand experience with that. The next time I catch you alone with my daughter, I'll use your head as a Rubik's Cube. The threatening voice of Fang's father echoed through my head once more. Not the Grim Reaper. Not the Grim Rippler. Yeah. But he's genuinely being nice to me. I'm at a loss for word. Listen, Anon! This evening was the happiest I've ever seen Stella since the shooting. Not only her leave the room after more than a few hours, but even smiling at dinner. You made that possible. I did all that? But I've only seen her a handful of times since reunited, not counting the texts we've sent each other. Did I really help Stella break out of her shell? Really? All that because of me? Not a moment passes before Mr. Baudelaire answers back. Of course! I can tell you are a good egg. My wife and I can tell.
Even their shin can tell too. And they're known for being able to do that. Thank you, Mr. Baudelaire. I appreciate hearing that. I expressed my gratitude while still being taken aback by his kindness. Please call me Monty. No need for formalities. He brushes it off. All I can ask is that you're kind and patient with her, which I can already tell shouldn't be an issue. I will, Mr. Monty, I promise. I won't make the same mistakes again with Stella. Oh, the popo. I never want to have her be feeling alone, unappreciated, and neglected. Since she and Rosa came back into my life, I truly want to become a better person. Even if there's nothing I can do to change the apathetic loner piece of shit I was, the least I can do is make the people I care about never go through that. The car comes to a complete stop as the mechanical whirring of the automobile comes to a complete stop. Raptor Jesus, am I really that easily lost in my own thoughts? Alrighty, here we are. Monty begins looking through his surroundings as he's entered the untamed denizens of the inner city. Thank you so much for everything, Monty. I appreciate it. I address him as I open the car door and stick my leg out of the vehicle. Think nothing of it. The thanks is all mine. He smiles and extends a hand towards me. He wants a handshake? I comply, albeit taken back by a gesture of respect as I extend my hand towards his, firmly grasping as our hands shake. If you ever need help, advice, or anything like that, don't be afraid to give a call. Monty reaches into his blazer, procuring a small light green paper card, and as he offers it to me, his business card? Montel Baudelaire, sound engineer, audio technician. And at the bottom of the card contains all the important information to contact him, his phone number, email address, and even his missing LinkedIn. Thanks again, Monty. I hope you have a good night. I smile as I awkwardly shove myself out of the car, balancing my weight entirely on my right foot. Au revoir, Don! It was a pleasure to meet you. He waves me with his right hand with a smile. I close the door before returning the gesture as he drives away from the apartment complex rather quickly. I can't say I blame him. If I didn't live in this shithole, I would have done the same. As the car leaves my view, only now does my brain fully wrap around everything that's happened today. And despite distinct instinct telling me to go inside, I can only stand on the sidewalk as I fully begin to process everything that happened today. Now I actually want to sleep for once. About an hour passes, Mr. Baudelaire, or Monty. That's going to take some getting used to and drop me off at home. After entering my apartment, I pretty much went straight from my bed. Didn't even take off my clothes, or my leg brace for that matter. But no matter how hard I close my eyes or try to clear my head or even count sheep, I still can't fucking sleep. The one time I actually want to go to sleep and can't help but just lay on my stiff mattress or playing events that happened today on loop. Stella told me more about her past and why she's become so depressed since the shooting. I opened up to her about what a fucking mess I am. I'm essentially a self-loathing, pill-guzzling schizo. However, she still didn't look at me with the disgust I deserved or throw me out of her room. She told me she loved me, and I told her I love her too. I'm filled to the brim with regrets, but telling Stella how I feel about her is not one of them. Still, my mind keeps racing about all the possible things I might have said wrong. Did we say I love you to each other too early? What does that mean for us now? What if she wakes up the next morning full of regret over something that she said in the spur of the moment? It's all been fucking with my head, but at the same time, I truly do feel that way about her. She fills me with a warmth I'm not sure I've felt since my time with Fang. Am I moving on too quickly? Not to mention how I got to know her parents. One of them caught me in the bed with his daughter, and yet neither of them hate me, but instead they actually treat me with kindness? I can't wrap my head around it, no matter how hard I try. I try to distract myself with reaching for my phone that's currently sitting in my pocket. I haven't even been bothered to put it away when I got home, fishing it out from the cover as I press the button on the side, but the button remains black, showing only the vague reflection of my sleep-deprived face. What the fuck? Seriously? I'm assuming 11 p.m., but since my phone's dead, I don't know that. Usually I would have shit my pants at the sound of someone knocking on my door that aggressively, but I was just too tired to give a shit right now. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm going to have to go check that out, aren't I?
I shuffle myself outside the covers and reach for my crutches. Thankfully, since my clothes are still on, I don't have to worry about some meteor dodger tweaker seeing my ass naked. Rising from the bed, as it creaks, I begin to hobble towards the door, but as I make it to the doorway, a sound emerges from behind the door. The sound of a young girl crying. The closer I move to the door, the more familiar and intense the wailing becomes, until it hits me. Fang. No, don't be stupid, Anon. We've done this dance before. You're probably just dreaming or hallucinating again. I turn around and face my bed end. I could practically feel the door behind me vibrate. Shit, is it Trish? No, she got arrested at the mall, didn't she? Can't be here. I began to move towards the door as I glanced at the peephole. Everything was all smudged and fogged up. I couldn't make out the figure in front of me, but all I know is it couldn't be Trish since she wouldn't even be able to reach the fucking peephole. Well, whoever's here doesn't sound like they're gonna go until I see what's up. I tried to ignore every instinct telling me not to open the door as I unlocked the door, the mechanism clicking in place. The anticipation of it makes my heart feel like it's about to burst out of my chest as I reach for the door as I pull it away. Do I have any knife on me? Yeah, it's too late now. As I fully open the door, I instantly recognize the figure in front of me and my face goes white. I'm all too familiar with the capped Tyrannosaurus Rex standing in front of me, mustache and everything, wearing a heavy brown leather coat as he exhales smoke from the cigarette in from his mouth. Anon, my boy! Anon, my boy! We need to talk. Mo? That was chapter the 6. Weren't that just lovely? It's motherfucking Mo! Motherfucking Newports. Would anybody perhaps like to join in some yap conversation? Because it's about time for that for me to brew another cup of coffee.
Let me get my good mic. Yeah, all I gotta say is, Anon is fucked.
Maybe. It's 50-50 on one of those ones. He's gonna have hard part with him, or he's gonna work with him. He's gonna fucking try and murder him again.
I'm sorry, I can hear the Godfather playing in the background.
Now I've set these blues playing in my head all day.
I forget how the Godfather theme goes. I need a phone charger. Wrapped from the other power strip. Hello, world. It's good to see you.
Yeah, you think they have a heart-to-heart, or...
Listen, either they're having a very good conversation, Mo apologizes for the actions of Trish, or Anon's in a body bag, but seeing as we're only halfway through this, it's going to be real heart-to-heart, I think. Either that or his right leg gets broken, too.
Like I said, either they have a heart-to-heart or he warns Tristan to try to fucking murder him again. Try to fucking ultra kill him.
Ultra kill! Alright, what image should I Photoshop for our little interim? Or should we just have a nice quiet conversation? I draw a goose.
Well, Goose, you are the funny goose man after
I am the goose man. I'm glad I have taken this role in stride. What should this goose be doing that's uncharacteristic of a goose?
Being polite.
all. E1 Goose, since we're on Ultra Kill.
E1 goose?
B1, funny robot.
Oh, I don't... what does that look like?
Goose, no, if we're doing E1 Goose, it gotta be a goose just falling, jumping off a building and falling headfirst to the pavement.
Oh, I was just gonna have it holding a shotgun.
Gun Goose.
We're gonna do E1, we're gonna do it properly. We're aim for tears.
Alright, so the first step in doing this is building up our nice little base layer, right? And so... this is going to be the most serious looking goose I've ever drawn to get posted, man. There we go. There is the base of goose.
Ultra Kill Goose.
Let me use my paint bucket. There. Now we can have that layer. And then time to find brown so I can do boots. So y'all are enjoying my drawl I put on when I'm reading right now, right? That's not obnoxious by any means.
No. No, not at all. It suits Anon.
It's like a nice touch. It's like a nice touch to your character, so I enjoy it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm exaggerating my own Kansas accent to be, a little smoother, just because I stumble over my words when I read my regular speaking voice.
Why you talk too fast, or
Yeah, I talk faster than I can read.
I guess I'm like the exact same.
And so doing the draw helps moderate my speed.
And that's too, because
He is a little country boy.
Midwest? Yeah, it's supposed to be Midwest.
He's a little bit of a country boy.
I don't think they ever say strictly what state Ron's supposed to be.
What state is
It's supposed to be on the West Coast.
West?
So either Oregon or California.
California
West
is
Coast
Washington
is
State.
Like at this point, I say it's just random. At this point, like wherever makes sense to you.
Generic West Coast. If you think of a state on the West Coast, it probably fits.
Alright. The crazy thing is, I'm going to send this image into the Discord when I'm done, and Bat6 will probably make a pixel art of it.
Yeah.
just from seeing it there. And he's like, ooh, goose, because he likes doing that with the geese.
I made them feel like they're a fucking abomination and snow nuts. The way it's crazy.
I need one of the artists to create for me a picture of Rosa with a break-action shotgun carrying my goose in her hand, but the goose is clearly still alive.
Something close. Somebody drew Rosa Terminator.
Yeah. Rosa Pickle? No. Alright, well this is an extremely wavy fucking shotgun, but you know. We will, it's just a little thing called, you know, fuck it, we ball.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah. It's bad.
I think this works a lot better for me than just trying to do regular yap to actually have me do something.
I mean, get a guy over here to chat. Like,
Yeah. Or Photoshop something. I'm not even all that good at fucking doing this shit.
I mean, you're better than me, man. I ain't tried doing all that.
Alright, there's a shotgun. I guess I can just wrap one wing around it in the next layer. And then next up, I should probably paint this some color. We'll bring it to this kind of silvery color. Fill her in. Fucking put that on. And then fucking, boop. That's incorrect. Oh boy, I love when it selects the wrong fucking color. There we go.
She's rebelling again. We'll get the incense and oils and look at the bionic chance.
No, I've seen it before. No, that won't work. Tech Brace. You'll hate me for this. You'll probably kill me for this, and understand. But get the virus.
Bumblebee, we must stop the China virus!
I love that bitch, Johnny does. Autobots, we must contain the coronavirus.
Robo bitch. Add a layer. Now this is the wing layer. Alright, so I need to... I mean, the knife is easy. I just fucking wrap the fucking feathers around it. You know, you grab your dark lines, and, you know, you fucking... The what?
Hey, when I first joined Discord, I joined the DC Pokemon, and it accents were there. Cars, were you there?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Because life as a tailor ring a bell?
Not especially. There we go. Look at this.
Nice.
I need to add more malice to the eyes. There we go. Isn't it lovely?
Nice.
What emotions does this evoke from you?
I mean, just looking at this Monsters and Demons is playing in my head, so it's getting right. Just
Yeah. I usually try to be pleasant about drawing the geese, but fucking here off in the margins we'll add another goose.
I just realized I forgot to put up the image for an art of Leopold. That's fucking dope.
No, I made that already. It's the crucifix image.
Oh, God, that's
I made that.
for what needs to be especially violent. Oh, I would. Oh, that means Jake is pissed off with
What do you do?
Uh,
no, he
panned the moonrune speaker.
yeah, he put a video up and screen up, and now what the shoot was for some mad. I don't know.
All right, what do you think of this little guy right here? There's something so just fucking pleasing about me just drawing little creatures fishing. You wanna go fishing? You wanna fish? Alright, what other goose should I add to this image? This is gonna shape up into an 8-hour stream, I think.
What other goose add to an image?
Gooses. Hitting mices wasn't enough. I have the stream also open my phone just to, see the chat. And it just every now and then my eye gets caught by the GIF of the anvil. Just because it's movement in my periphery.
Minecraft anvil noise. Minecraft anvil noise.
Oh, hold on. Speaking of, how about I just draw a rendition of the anvil?
Perfect.
and like the puddle of goose is like fizzling like soda. How far behind is the fucking stream compared to what I'm doing?
It's second half of the way. I saw.
It's like a minute, it looks like.
Oh,
Because I already finished the goose drawing that I just did. And
oh, Jesus.
it's just now starting to show up on the stream.
Yeah, no, it must be that delay setting. Oh, my horse. This is up.
There we go. Or, hold on. How about Metal Goose Solid? A weapon surpassed Metal Gear.
Has Homelander ever played Weapon X? No, but if I get a chance, if I ever get a chance to, I like to play it. Wow. Maybe. I'm gonna make a good stream game. Probably. I got a couple on my left.
There we go. I've drawn another really small, shitty doodle masterpiece.
Oh, you know, if you were to the spy crab now, that'd be perfect.
The what?
The spy crab.
Spy crab.
Oh, you don't know from TF2?
Let me look that up on my site thing. That's gonna take a little bit more doing than just the fucking cardboard box.
Maybe not now, but I made a good meme later down the line. Sometime.
We'll do that at the next little intermission between chapters. Because we do have to get through these fucking chapters. I promised fucking 6 chapters today. And by God, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna feel like fucking trash tomorrow. But yeah, we're, fuck it, we ball. Alright, I'll see you guys in the next yap. Yep. Yep. I will keep at it. Hopefully this other fucking cloud of people who said that they'd listen will, kick in and join me in the yap. Yep, you take care. Enjoy your sleep. Bad Apple, Chapter the 7th. I've done everything I can. Will tomorrow ever come? Will I make it through the night? I find myself completely wide awake as my brain begins to fully recognize the man standing in front of me right now. How the fuck did Mo even find me? I haven't seen him for half a year. Mo got in the way, as usual. Trisha's words during her attempt to malign or on any other day ring back to me. Mo simply stares at me as a serious look on his face completely contrasts his signature toothy grin. The Tyrannosaurus takes a puff of his cigarette with his stubby arms, followed quickly by a slow exhale. Grab my coffee. Why? Jibbadah beastum. Mo simply stares at me back with a serious... Actually, I gotta go potty. I gotta do many things to keep going tonight. Sorry, fellers. A boy's gotta take care of his needs. I'm Mr. Poopy Bottle. Mo simply stares at me with a serious look on his face, completely contrasting his signature toothy grin. The Tyrannosaurus takes a puff of his cigarette with his stubby arms, quickly followed by a slow exhale. You look like shit. Tell me something I don't know. I fire back with a deadpan tone, trying to hide how I'm on the verge of avoiding my bowels. He lets out a grunt as he raises the tobacco-fueled stick to his snout once more. Why are you here? My question causes him to let out a sigh. The stern look on his face slightly dissipates after it's replaced with a sudden concerned look, remorseful even. I need to come clean about something. You deserve to know the truth. I already have a feeling about what he's about to say. It's obvious as hell. You sent Trish after me, didn't you? A subtle degree of surprise creeps across Mo's face towards my question. How did you... She told me something about how you got in the way when she tried to kill my friend and I. I interject, not sure how to describe Stella at the moment. After my attempts of bravado, little does little to faze the middle-aged Tyrannosaurus. You're welcome, by the way. Mo fires back with a flare of concern. A flare of sarcasm as he sports an unamused look from my tough front. So why are you even here? Gonna finish the job? Don't get uppity with me, you punk. I still got a few words to say. He scoffs before looking down. His face softens with a degree of melancholy. Like I was saying, you deserve the truth. What more could he possibly mean by the truth? It might be best to hear him out, considering that what he's apparently capable of in the Sun 180 of his mirror shows, that if he wanted to kill me, I'd already be dead. I was the ones who sent Trish after you because old Rip didn't give me much choice. Rip, does he mean... Yeah, Lucy's dad. He wanted you dead after everything that happened, and for a second, I almost considered falling through. Mo stared me down with conflicted emotions, both anger and sympathy. Since little Lucy turned the whole school into her own personal shooting range, I guess my advice about being supportive didn't get through to you, huh? His words pierced my heart like the same bullet Fang shot me with. Time and time again, I remind myself how badly I failed Fang. How I failed everyone. It's surprising it hurts to hear the same words come from another voice. A real voice. I know I failed her. It's my fault. My head lowers to the ground as I'm being very filled with shame. Don't give yourself too much credit, kid. I'm not done yet. He still has more to say? Confused by this state, I raised up my head to a scornful look on his face, replaced with a slight degree of sympathy. Like I said, Lucy was the one who shut up Volcano High. And like I also said back then, you can't try to do everything for her. He looks towards the ground with sadness, mirroring my own actions. And she chose to kill her own brother and those kids. But there's one thing I didn't know from the first time I saw you two together. The fear and sadness that enveloped me moments ago is replaced with confusion as I'm genuinely curious as to where he's going with this. Which is the taciturn expression of my voice now replaced with genuine curiosity. The middle-aged dino dons a mask of stoicism as he raises a cigarette to lips once more as he takes a puff, sealing himself for the words he's about to say next. I can tell there was something between yous two. Something truly special from the way Lucy spoke about yous. How she leapt into your arms, and when you told her the good news, she liked you, Anon. I'm gonna take a safe bet and say you liked it too. Mo begins to move his free hand towards me. Oh shit, oh fuck! My mind begins to prepare all possibilities. How he's gonna try and claw me? No, his hand is moving too slow. Is he holding the gun that I didn't see? No. However, my erratic train of thought comes to a stop when I feel a scaly palm place itself upon his shoulder. What is he doing? And taking all that in mind, I'm guessing you've seen your fair share of hell yourself. His words ring in my mind as I'm trying to decipher his intent and why he of all people be showing me sympathy. He was a surrogate uncle to Fang and Nasser. He's best friends with their father. Hell, even sent the Purple Menace to put me in the ground for fuck's sake. Why is he trying to look at me with anything other than Helic? Because it was pretty clear that you cared about her, even if he was a shitty boyfriend. And nobody walks away from something as horrible as what you went through the day without any scars. Mo plants his hand on my shoulder, and he looks at me in the eyes. Look, I'm not going to pretend you're completely innocent, but you're not responsible for it all. I want to think that if I was better, I could have stopped Fang, and that everyone would still be alive, but at this time, Fang hurt so many people that day. Her brother, Nami, Sailor, Sage, Rosa, hell, even Trish. Fang might have been suffering, but she put that suffering onto others. I don't know what to think anymore. I try to speak, but the awareness in my body makes it difficult to push out the air in my lungs. I just wanted Lucy to be happy. I didn't mean for things to go the way they did. Mo turns in response as his lips tighten. Yeah, I figured as much. I kept that in mind when Rip wanted to hit you when a hood put on you. So I just sent a little Lucy's trigger friend to teach you a lesson, and maybe Rip would get off my back. The hesitation in his voice tells me that the outcome of his choice was the one that he was helping for. And now as he wants me to do it for reals this time. My heart sinks as the fear as the words leave my mouth. But I don't want to come to that. I feel the weight fade from my shoulders as a relief washes over my body like gentle waves on a beach right after the storm. But I am going to need you to come with me. What? What? I blurt out. Don't worry, you'll be safe with me. Yous and I just need to take care of a little something. Mo drops his cigarette on the ground. The embers illuminate before the Tyrannosaurus stomps on it, extinguishing its flame. The racing fleeing in my heart returns to all the possibilities flooding my mind. Does he mean talk with Fang's dad face to face? All I can picture is the murderous stare as he grips his 9-iron in anticipation. He already wanted me dead the second I meet him. Can't imagine he'd be any friendly now that I've killed his children. Do I have a choice? My voice squeaks out. Not really, but like I said, you'll be okay. I hope he's right. Okay, we're almost there. The Tyrannosaurus' words pulled me out of my inner thoughts. Raptor, Jesus! How many times in the past 3 weeks alone have I been this easily distracted? Not that I had much to focus on anyway, especially now when I'm trying to keep it all together. Well, about as well as I keep it together considering a man I've only just met a handful of times shows up at my doorstep and demands I come with him in his pizza-themed sedan and try to drive to God knows where. With almost no elaboration. The very idea that this is enough for my heart to beat like a drum. The motorized engine of the car continues to hum as Mo continues to drive us through the dusk-lit streets of Little Trudon. The muffled roaring of his engine does little to silence the thoughts racing through my head. Where the hell is he even taking me? Why is he being this secretive? Why doesn't he just kill me and get it over with? The barrage of paranoid thoughts bouncing through my head, making my hallucinations seem more sane by the moment. I can't take this anymore. Mo, where are we going? I asked, my voice quieter than I intended it to be due to my current state of fear. You'll see when we get there. He continues to gaze out the window and barely acknowledging my presence. You said that earlier, but what the hell is this even about? If you're going to kill me and kick my ass, why waste all the time? Why not just get it over? Would you shut the fuck up, kid? Mo cuts me off as he turns out the window to face me with an annoyed look on his face. I thought I told you, I'm not going to hurt you. Hell, I wouldn't even be taking you out this far if I was worried. He reiterates, although his last sentence causing new fears to emerge in my head. What the hell do you mean if you were worried? You said I deserve the truth, right? Mo lets out a sob at defeat that his words are used against him. Yeah, I did say that. Okay, Sonny, you win. We're gonna pay a little friends a visit. We'll get this all sorted out. Fuck, is he bringing me to Trish? No, dumbass, I'm not. She's in jail after assaulting you and that Stego broad. The annoyance clear returns to his face for a brief moment before it's overshadowed by somberness. Nah, but it is someone else that hates you guts.
I instantly know who he's talking about. My brain starts to go into panic mode, both from the leftover stress from dealing with Stella's parents, who I couldn't stop, to seeing Feng's dad. And now I'm about to meet the nightmare himself. Mo, he's gonna kill me. Just my fucking luck. I'm dead. Mo's essentially driving me to my own grave. I'm screwed. But before my brain can devolve into complete chaos any further, I feel that smell touch the back of my hand on the right shoulder. I feel a small touch of a hand on my right shoulder. Look at me, kid. Breathe. He instructs as he lightly squeezes my shoulder. You're not gonna die. We're just gonna have a little talk with him. And get this all sorted out. Capiche? Voice hurt.
Just fucking look at me, kid. Breathe. He instructs as he lightly squeezes my shoulder. You're not gonna die. We'll just go have a little talk with him and get this all sorted out. Capiche? The look he's giving me this time around isn't one of annoyance or disdain, but rather reassurance. But why, though? Why would a man who I've only ever met once or twice give two shits about my safety, let alone give my ass the benefit of the doubt considering what happened to his niece and nephew? When we get there, just let me do the talking, okay, kid? Eventually, I began to regain control over my breathing, and I reply with a nod by nodding my head, to which he does the same. Okay, attaboy! He reassures me while patting me on the shoulder with his comically small hand. His hands return to the steering wheel of the car. As his hands return to the steering wheel of the car, comes to a complete stop. The mechanical sounds falling silent. Without another word, the two of us open our car doors. The cold air of the starry night meets my skin. Repeating the same routine, I exit the car while positioning my crutches towards the dust-lit pavement and essentially push myself out of the car while keeping my balance on my non-broken leg. I can feel the impatient sigh of Mo as he brushes past me and approaches the half-shut car door. He places his hand on the car door's handle and, while staring at me with with a rather annoyed looking look. I knew how to do that. Okie dokie, showtime, he says as we turn toward the darkened city street, and I earnestly follow pursuit. Remember, punk, just let me do the talking and you'll be safe, okay? Mo addresses me as he turns my face to the sidewalk, the faulty streetlights barely illuminating the two of us. Got it, I reply, trying to mask my fear the best I can. Without another word, Mo went on ahead of me as I proceeded to hobble after him like a scared puppy, passing by various closed stores, vacant buildings, and restaurants still open to accommodate the drunk students in town.
I have no idea where the hell we even are, but I'm going to assume we're somewhere in Little Trudon. While this part of town isn't a glorified septic tank like Skin Row, it doesn't look like the type of place you want to be walking around alone at night. Guess it's a good thing I got Mo here. I'm still so confused. How the hell did he manage to find me? Why did he get Trish specifically to come after me? Why, he was being so secretive before we got here. Just what the fuck kind of business does Mo get into? I can feel my heart beating like a jackrabbit as my list of questions begins to grow and grow. Mo comes to a stop as he turns towards a rather dinged up looking building. I try to hobble faster to see exactly what we're walking into. I begin to make various details, such as the windows being covered in blinds, covering the establishment's gently lit interior, the flashing neon sign sitting right above the right above the building's entrance, the Lone Ranger, and of course, there's a fucking crosshair hidden inside the O. That's the exact type of bar Fang's dad would be at. Mo walks towards the entrance, holds the door open for me, but stops in place. You ready, kid? He asks as he shuffles towards me, a small degree of concern on his face. Yeah, I'm ready to get turned into a human-sized golf ball. No worries at all. Not really, I reply bluntly as my eyes point towards the ground. But like you said, I don't have a choice. Mo lets out a sigh as if he's trying to find the words as he tries to maintain his tough guy persona. Yeah, let's get this over with. I nod as the two of us enter the building as a degree of warmth hits my body, replacing the cold breeze of the outside world. My eyes move around the bar, scanning the bar and surroundings. Dimly lit light bulbs illuminated the bar, dazzling across the furniture and shining upon various sports and hunting memorabilia that decorate the restaurant. Paired with the typical boomer pop music from the 80s played through the speakers across the walls. In literally any other situation, I would dare say I would even feel cozy here. The establishment looks like to be around the same size as Dynamo's, albeit a little smaller. However, the restaurant's pretty much a ghost town aside from the group that just entered the building. And two dinos sitting at the bar. Why the fuck is it so hard to breathe in here? Before I can react, Mo approaches the red Aqualops man serving drinks behind the bar. They exchange a few words as Mo reaches into his jacket pocket and hands a white envelope towards him. The bartender looks at him with surprise for a brief moment. I make out Mo motioning towards his head over to the kitchen, staring at the bartender. Well, he promptly complies. Must be a New Yorker for... You can fuck off and get out of here now. I began to waddle towards the bar as Mo turns to me and we look towards our quarry. The only remaining person in the bar is an imposing pterodactyl man sitting sullenly in the bar, ignoring us as we approach him. A man I'm all too familiar with. His presence causing a new wave of emotions in my heart. Fear, sympathy, and remorse. I move ever closer to get a better view of him, taking extreme caution with every inch I make. My legs feel as if they're restrained by an invisible force. My body is doing everything in its power to keep me from moving too far away from the door. A bitter yet irritated expression painted across his face. His eyes were pointed towards the half-empty glass of golden brown liquid he's holding in his hands. As 4 empty cups of a similar size are scattered in front of him in disarray. The fuck are you doing here, boy? His irritated demeanor fades into a barely constrained rage as my presence is made known to him. His baleful presence causes me to shrink on the spot as I whack my brain to come up with a response, but my Tyrannosaurus companion takes a step forward before I can react. We're just here to talk, Rip, and hopefully see if we can, I thought I told you to put this Cretin in the ground. How far can I make it to the door in time? Is he armed? Surely he can't aim straight after down enough booze to knock out an elephant. I know you did, Rip, but let's just work this out, eh? Mo motions towards me, trying to pacify a dour pterodactyl. There's nothing to work out, Mo. He growls with his venomous glaze pierces my soul, making my lungs feel smaller and smaller as I struggle to breathe. Our deal is simple. Birds a little warm like I told you to, and I'll continue to look away from what really goes on after I was at your restaurant. What did he mean by that? I'm too concerned to not lose my balance as the walls feel like they're closing on me, as I feel like I'm beginning to lose all sense of feeling in my body. Why can't I breathe? I guess I really couldn't count on you to do even that. The one thing I am ordering you to do. Damn, all alone. Fuck, I'm out of here. Instincts take the wheel as I run towards the front door before I can take another step. I feel the firm yet small grasp on my shoulder. Hey, no one said yous can do the... Hey, no one says yous can go yet, punk. Mo looks right in my eyes with a stern yet reassuring look. Trust no Mo yet, capiche? Amidst the sound of my thoughts racing an unnaturally rapid heartbeat, Mo's words ring clear as crystal to me as I can only reply with a nod, as it feels like the only emotion my body can make right now. Good kid. Mo lets go of my shoulder and proceeds to pat it. The fuck are you buddy for now, Mo? He killed my children. Ripley stares towards his friend with malice smeared across his face. This worthless monkey took everything from me. His eyes dart back and forth between Mo and I as I contend in silence. However, I find myself unable to speak, not because of terror, but rather sympathy. Behind that venomous gaze, past the vitriol and hate, lies nothing but deep sorrow. The fear washes away from me as I begin to see the man before me now. Not the terrifying 6'5" killer machine that's hell-bent on mounting my head to the trophy for his wall, but rather a bereaved father, destroyed by the loss of his children, never to see him again. Never to see his children handed the diplomas, never to see Nazer go to medical school, never to see Fang move out into her first apartment, never to walk his daughter down the aisle, or feel the tender warmth of his grandchild. Only bitter and cold damage left by words, wounds that could have been avoided. I'm sorry. I choke out. I feel Ripley's eyes pierce me, his hate burning like a volcano as I struggle to form my thoughts into words. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. There's not a day that passes where I'm not reminded of the horrible mistakes I've made. Lucy and Nazer deserve better, my voice trembling as I begin to dig up the grief and regret I felt to surface. And there's nothing I can say to tell you how sorry I am, Lucy. You think your apology means jack shit? His tone falls disturbingly quiet as he lowers his head for a brief moment before rising once more. Venom in his eyes return tenfold. My wife and kids are dead because of you. One word. His wife too? No. I buried my children, my own children, before they had a chance to truly live their lives. The anger in his voice faltered as the grief in his words intensified. I held Sam in my arms as she... The mournful Taro can't begin to bring himself to utter the final word as he's trying his hardest to forget how a horrible nightmare. All because of you. Walter. He utters with contempt as his body begins to quiver with rage, like the beast begun for slaughter. I feel my muscles tense up as they completely refuse to move. I'm being chased in a bad dream, but I can't move fast enough. Enough! Mo gruffly replies as he takes another step forward, finding himself between his longtime friend and I. Anon fucked up, there's no denying that. But look at the kid, Rip. Does he really look like he's living his best life after what happened? Mo points towards my leg and raises both his hands to emphasize the sorry state I'm in. He begins drawing attention to my ragged features, bloodshot and baggy eyes, and the overall fear and sadness pasted across my face. Why is he taking the side of a nobody like me instead of his best friend? And from little Luce told me, what with those screaming matches you two's had and whatnot, it doesn't look like you was a supportive type Nisa. You better watch your fucking mouth. I have a good reason for wanting him dead. Your dumbass is the reason why our best friend is spending the week in a jail cell. Mo began to raise his voice towards Ripley out of frustration. Lucy needs someone to support her and make her feel like she wasn't alone. To say that's entirely Anon here is pure bullshit, and you know it. Mo raises a finger towards the vitriolic pterodactyl. Ripley's anger now transitioned away from me and more towards his best friend. Anon clearly failed in that area, but so did you. And so did the bestie. Her zonked out raptor buddy. Hell, Nasser was the only one who tried to make amends with his sister. You don't know a damn thing. You're not a father. Ripley gazing down at his glass. His body language still as Mo as continues reprimanding him. And clearly he wasn't much of one neither. Oh, fuck. I feel my heart drop as I begin to take grips of the pterodactyl's hands, beginning to tremble with pure unbridled fury. Say that again! Mo remains unfazed by the aura radiating from Ripley. He raises his finger towards the pterodactyl. Don't point that finger at Anon without pointing one right back at yourself. You fucked up as a father, Rip. Mo, what the fuck? His head turns slightly towards Mo and Armin, paralyzed with fear. Ripley's face is pained with a flurry of emotions. The first one's defeat. His hands loosen as his eyes closed, almost as if he's contemplating his words, taking them to heart. However, it's quickly replaced with a new emotion that grips the grip tightens, trembling as his anger inside him is roaring like an inferno, enraged by the plentiful reminder that his best friend just smacked him across the face with. Oh, Iggy, you're in for many more than 3 hours. However, it's quickly replaced with a new emotion as the grip tightens, trembling as the anger inside of him is roaring like an inferno, enraged by the painful reminder that his best friend just smacked across his face with. Before I can react further and step out of the way, Ripley's hand quickly snatches the half-empty glass and smashes against the ground, narrowly missing Mo's foot. I'll fucking kill ya! I almost fall backwards on the bar stool as my fight-or-flight response kicks in favor of the latter. It happens in a blur. The enraged pterodactyl's featherless wings are flare from his back as he raises from his chair to strike his friend across the face. Bo curses as he leaps with surprise, not unlike my own reaction. However, Ripley's hand never meets his target. Ripley just barely misses his head as he loses balance and falls to the ground on the stool, hitting the ground. Fuck! I blurt out. The two of us turn our attention to the incapacitated Ripley, now laying on the ground on the side with no sign of getting up. I try to observe the subtle movements from his chest and see if he's still breathing amidst the concerned mumbling of Mo, the shitty music blaring on the speakers, and yelling from the bartender who just emerged from the back. I can't make out shit. Dad! Dad! What's wrong? A familiar masculine voice cries out in fear. Nazer? Fuck, not now. I frantically look around the bar in search of the revenue of my former friend. My eyes find nothing but figures in front of me, bickering like children. No, please, Dad, not like this. A new voice calls out from behind me. Recognizing that painfully familiar voice, I shoot around to nearly falling over and end up like Ripley. But in front of me isn't that broken, ashen, feathered pterodactyl crying for her father, full of anguish and regret that she'll never be able to confess to her father. The only thing my eyes meet is the line that stools up in front of me. My ears begin to ring as the arguments between Mo and the bartender, the amplified tones blasting from the radio, and the now two shadows of my former friends crying over their father begin to overlap. The sensation completely overwhelms me as sound and all that makes it harder for me to breathe, as if their words were being drawn from my own breath. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry. I pushed you away so many times. I should have been a better Hey, I told you assholes, if anybody got hurt, I'd be calling the police. But please, wake up, Dad. You're all we have left. Please, don't leave us alone. Mom's gone. Now you're fucking leaving us too. Please, wake up. The walls feel like they're closing in around me. You shut the fuck up. Me and the kid are leaving now. Come on, Anon, let's go. And I'm sinking to the ground with no chance to escape no matter how hard I swim. Anon, get a hold of yourself! I feel myself return to the world around me as my shoulders are violently shaken by the frustrated Tyrannosaurus. He's dead. Breathe, my boy. You're okay. Mo points his snout to the motionless, his snout motionless to the ground. And he's okay too. Dumb bastard just knocked himself out cold. He's always been a clumsy drunk. As some semblance of stability returns to me, I begin to feel the subtle movements of his chest moving up and down. Oh, thank God. Thank fucking God. I should feel relieved, feel the stress completely leave my body as I come to the realization I'm not in danger, nor am I responsible for another person dying. I should be calm now, and yet I feel worse. But before I can open my mouth with any questions, Mo interrupts as he glances at the cantankerous barkeep, giving him an earhole full. Save that, sonny, we gotta bounce, now! Mo speaks to me in a serious tone before letting go of my shoulders, and he begins to move close to the exit. Not wanting to get left behind, I adjust my crutches and ready myself to follow him. Before I begin walking, I take one last look at Fang's dad. Laying on the floor after trying to attack Mo and I, even if he's out cold, I should be scared. His presence when Fang was alive was enough to make me piss my pants, but now I can only feel remorse. For what happened, how things went with Fang, and how her actions destroyed the lives of so many people around her. A part of me wants to stay and wait for him to wake up, but I get the feeling he's not going to be too eager to hear me speak unless I'm begging for my life. Now, Anon! Fuck, that's right, I scrambled myself together and began hobbling myself from the scene and towards the front door. The mechanical sound of my crutches tapping frantically as I try to get out of here before he leaves me behind. As much as I want to make things right, I don't think I'd be able to walk out alive. About 12 minutes have passed since we left the bar, and the world around me feels almost non-existent. About 12 minutes have passed since we left the bar, and the world around me feels non-existent. The gruff conversation between Mo and one of his men over the phone, paired with the howling sound of the van moving against the wind, feels more like a white noise, my mind paying no attention to any sound other than the words repeated to me by the Fang's father. My wife and children are dead because of you. I buried my children, my own children, before they had a chance to truly live their lives. His daughter, his son, and now his wife, all gone because of me? The more I wrap my head around those words he spoke to me, the more I begin to wish Fang aimed for my heart that day. Why am I still here? Why does someone as shitty as me need to keep going when others more deserving of a kinder fate never got the chance? Both Stella and Rosa showered me with kindness despite it all. I destroyed Fang's family, made Reed scramble his brain with all those fucking drugs, and made Stella free to leave her house without someone else. I have brought nothing but suffering to this world. Oh, my back popped. It's not all on yous, you know. Mo seemingly replies to the thoughts in my head like a telepath. Did I mumble that out loud? I inquire, shooting the Tyrannosaurus a confused look. Mo shrugs and lets us say, Nah, but I see that guilt written all over your face. You've looked like an entire ghost town the entire time we've been in the car. Blanky time. Sorry for the pause. I had to grab my blankie. I let a sigh of my own response. I didn't really try to hide how I was feeling. Not that it would have made any difference, since I'm pretty sure to be able to read my emotions like an open book. What was the point of all this anyways? Why did he bring me out only for Ripley to knock himself out cold without any sense of closure? It's as good a time as any to ask. You never did answer my question from earlier. Why did you want to have a talk with Fang's dad? Well, that's out a sigh as a grim expression forms across his face. Like I said earlier, there's no doubt in my mind that you've been hurting since the shooting. Mo glances my way, try to avoid taking his eyes off the road for too long. And that day, it tore the parents apart. My head turns towards the windshield, mirroring Mo's gaze as we drive through the night. You saw what happened to Rip there in the bar? You know how he had a little more to drink than he should have? Yeah, well, that's about an average evening for him these days. To suffer that much pain and loss, knowing that you'll never be able to hold the ones you love in your arms for the rest of your life. How Ripley's sole comfort could only be found at the bottom of a bottle. A feeling I know all too well, considering the nights I've stayed awake from Adderall and how much cough syrup I've drunk to dull the knife that's been twisting my gut for the past 5 months. My attention is drawn towards Mo, who clears his throat. And Sam? Her aunt couldn't take it no more. I know what he's going to say. I know how it's going to end. I steel myself for the tragic words about to utter. A month after it happened, Rip, he found her on the bathroom floor, bleeding from her wrists. Mo struggled to explain. I take notice of the singular tear that's fallen down his cheek. I can imagine how many people Fang hurt that day. Not just the people she killed, but the people she left behind. The families of the victims, the survivors, her own parents. But I directly hear how actions affected her own parents and how it destroyed them. It's a sobering feeling in the most painful way possible. But Rip wanted there's something to put the blame on. So one day he told to have you capped, or else Mo here would be put in cuffs. Mo explained, but the Tyrannosaurus' voice seemed conflicted. And I almost considered it too, because I wanted justice for my little Lucy and Nasa. But then I remembered how much you cared for Lucy too, and seeing how close you two were. You must have been going through hell of your own. Our car takes a ride around the corner, revealing my apartment building. I didn't even realize we already made it to Skin Road. Despite Mo's car slowing down, he prepares to park. Our conversation is going to end here. I have been, and I deserved every second of it. I lower my head, stare into my trembling hands, resting on my dirt-stained jeans. Mo lets out a sigh in response to display my self-pity. At the end of the day, everyone's fighting their own battles. Mo shifts gears into park before turning to me. But the sad truth is, not everybody wins those battles. All I can think of is he says that to Fang's. All I can think of after he says that is Fang's mother. How much suffering and grief she went through after losing her children. How she took her own life in an attempt to escape her nightmare, only to create a new one for her husband. And how Ripley tries to escape that nightmare by drinking himself to death. Or how Reed scrambled his brains to the point that there's nothing left. How I almost lost myself to apathy as I locked myself away from the rest of the world. The content to rot away in my apartment and become my grave. I try to muster the strength to say something, my throat feeling like it's closing after attempt to make me shut up. It's all my fault. Anon, I fucked up so bad that if I was able to do anything other than this shitty, pathetic shell of a man, maybe Fang wouldn't have. My voice cracked in tears as I began to form my eyes. Maybe Fang could have made things right with their family. Maybe Reed wouldn't have destroyed his mind. Maybe Stella wouldn't be too scared to leave her house alone. Maybe. You ain't the only person in the world, Anon. His sentence stops me as I rant my self-pity. The very sentence that my principal told me the night of Fang's first concert. Sometimes takes two to tango. What do you mean? I asked, slightly confused by his analogy. Mo sighs as he slightly shifts his body towards me. Well, yeah, I'll be blunt. You messed up. Maybe you're right, and things could have been different if you'd been a better boyfriend. Mo shooting me a serious yet sympathetic look. However, you didn't force her to do anything. Lucy chose to kill her classmates. Mo breaks gaze from his facial expression, becomes more dejected, and destroyed the lives of so many people. Thinking of all the people I've talked to and connected with in the past 3 weeks alone, I know deep down in my heart he's right. But still, I can't bring myself to hate Fang for what she said and did. I guess so. I sigh with defeat, the older Tyrannosaurus seemingly through my inner conflict. I know, Sonny. It's a fucked up situation when nobody wins. Yeah, I utter as I feel like I'm the only word I can muster. My body and soul completely devoid of any energy. We stay there for a minute in the car in silence. The only sound being the howling wind from the outside world. Eventually, our lamentations come to an end when Mo wearily clears his throat. Well, I should probably let you go. Look, you look like I haven't slept for days. Mo pressing one of the buttons to his right side caused my door to make a clicking noise. Alright, I'm sorry this didn't go quite the way I was hoping. I open the door to the right, but before I get out, I make sure to reach for my crutches from the gap between my seat and the back, pulling them through and saving me the effort of opening an extra door while hopping out on one foot like a dumbass. It's okay, I'm just glad you didn't try to kill me. I shrug as I try to appear sarcastic. Yeah, you don't gotta worry about that no more. Moe is gonna take care of a few things with the rip. His display of empathy and care surprised me. And you don't gotta worry about Trish finding Nita. I never told you where you live. That's relieving at least. Well, be seeing you, ain't on. He waves me off. Thanks, Mo. I nod to him as I shuffle my way out the sedan, but before his car door shut, I hear he calls out one last time. Ain't on, be good, yeah? Be good? I'm not sure what to make of it, but those words embed themselves in my mind. I silently nod while Mo closing the car door, nearly slamming it to make sure I don't have to make the same mistake earlier. Without another word, the car's engine begins to hum as Mo pulls away from the side of the street and drives off into the night. I waste no more time. I hobble myself towards the door of my apartment complex, completely ready to pass out. Let's try to get to my bed first before that happens. And hope to God no one else shows up at my fucking door tonight. Well, I hope it's the right spot. It's cold as balls out here. About 2 days passed since everything went down after Mo dropped me off. I don't remember anything other than plugging in my phone and passing out right out that night. Most of the nights when I do go to sleep, it always ends up being the fuck dreams I didn't even know my mind could imagine as some sort of way of self-punishment. I don't even remember dreaming. I haven't had a dreamless sleep since I was a little kid, and I used to remember most of my dreams the next morning. However, that wasn't the only surprise I woke up to that day. When I checked my phone, I saw that I had a missed call and a text message from Rosa. Tuesday, 7 a.m., missed call. Tuesday, 7:05 a.m. Hola, Enan. If you have time this week, would you be willing to meet up with me? Por favor, it's important. Part of me was both surprised and nervous when I saw this. I still remember Rosa's angry tirade made towards me after we left Stella's house to drop her off. I wonder if she's trying to find a way to continue that in person, but there's more. The way she wrote a message didn't seem to have any ill intent or seem disingenuous. I never knew if Rose would be the type of person to hold a grudge. Maybe she really does want to talk. But knowing she was in class, I called her around at lunchtime to get a better idea what she's trying to plan, and she seemed real cordial on the phone, but not in the same vein Naomi was, a disgusting display of sweetness that made you sick to your stomach. But I don't want to speculate too much. We set up a meet at Volcadera Memorial Park after she gets off school on Wednesday. I don't want to fight with Rosa. Yeah, she might be a bit overbearing at times, but she's undoubtedly one of the sweetest, most kind and considerate people I've ever met in my life. She's way too good of a friend for someone like me. As my own way of a peace offering, I got us some drinks from Dunkin' Dinos on the way, hoping to show her that I just want to make things right, and I was expecting this to be a lot harder to carry considering my crutches, but somehow I managed. I was to find a rather clean-looking wooden bench. This must have been freshly installed, too. Placed the coffee down first, I carefully lower myself on the seat without putting too much pressure on my leg. This has got to be a lot easier to manage. Now I can rest my legs for a moment before Rosa gets here. However, my mind races to all the possible outcomes of what could happen. What if it's a trap? What if she only pretended to sound polite on the phone so you'd be more willing to meet up? She's going to abandon you like they always do. What am I even going to say to her? How can I ever clear things up with her and make her forgive me? Before my brain can any more scatter, a familiar voice interrupts my thoughts. Hola, Enan. I hear Rosa's voice gently call out to me. I turn to the sound of my greeter and see Rosa approaching me dressed in a rather warm-looking winter coat. The floral print on it is very reminiscent of her typical floral dress. Seeing her coat is making me feel like a dumbass for not wearing something warmer. I didn't even know it was 50 degrees until I got outside my building.
I use my crutches to prop myself off the ground so I can stand up and greet her. However, with each step she makes towards me, I find myself surprised at the emotions painted across her face as she gets closer. Guilt, remorse, shame, sympathy. This has to be a trick, right? Why would she feel that way about me, considering how she looked like she was about to kick my ass a week ago? Clear my throat, preparing myself for the encounter. Hey, Rose, I just want to say that... My attempted apology is interrupted as I realize Rose's arms wrapped around my chest, embracing me in a hug. I'm sorry, what? No, lo siento, no, fue mi culpa. Rose's voice muffled as she buries her head into my coat. I am so sorry for the way I acted. My crutches limited me from returning her gesture. I lower my left crutch to the ground while balancing on my good leg, allowing her to hug me back. It's okay, Rosa, I'm not mad at you at all. Patting her on the back and offer her words of consolation. Turn my mask on my own, surprised in the process. She's not mad at me, but she's even apologizing. I was so prepared for her to give me a bunch of shit or even go as far as to cut me out of her life. I can see how upset she is right now. I can see how upset she is now, just from how seeing her like this. When she instead saved me that day, she was nervous but kept her cool. Or when she scolded me for smoking in her backyard. Comparing that to when she completely lost her cool at me in Spanish, going out with Stella without telling her. Even now I can practically feel her break into tears. Okay, Anon, let's try and do this empathy thing. Hey, listen, let's sit down and talk it out, okay? I softly gesture as I break away from the hug. I brought you a drink from Dunkin' Dinos. You like chamomile tea, right? A blush forms on Rose's face as she takes notice of the two large beverages placed on the bench. Anon, you didn't have to do that for me. That's very sweet of you, Chico. Hey, you gave me a place to stay, a pair of crutches, and you took Stella and I out to dinner. I shrug while trying to poorly hide the smile of my own. Rosa lets out a soft chuckle. Eso es cierto. You got me there. The two of us pick up our drinks, take a seat on the bench, and the white cup of coffee practically being my only source of warmth in the frozen hell of an afternoon. I'll raise a cup to my lips, pouring it down my... Fuck! Hot! Fuck, I got this 10 minutes ago. Why the hell does Dunkin' Dinos make their drinks boiling hot? No wonder they're fucking losing customers to Stonebucks with each passing day. Rosa takes notice of my misfortune and lets out a chuckle of amusement. You doing okay there? Yeah, I'm good. Just Duncan trying to kill me as usual. My tongue being burnt by the coffee makes it difficult to speak. Rosa chuckles once more. She lets out a relaxed sigh, her somber demeanor seemingly returning. It's good to see you again, Anon. It means a lot that you came. Then Kylosaur faces my direction while her eyes stay pointed at the ground. Of course. That's what friends are for, right? I nod with a smile, my hands grasping my cup. So what do you want to talk about? Rosa lets out a deep sigh in response to my question, as if she's mentally preparing herself for what she's about to say. See, where do I begin? The Ankylosaur's shoulder dropped as she felt conflicted on what to say next. I first just wanted to say, I am sorry. I am sorry for the way I spoke to you on the night we drove Stella home. It was cruel and completely unfair to you. Rosa looks up with me with sympathetic eyes, the remorse on her face made painfully obvious, making it apparent that she's been stressing out about our meeting as much as I have. Maybe even more than me. It's okay, Rosie, it's all water under the bridge. I smile in an attempt to reassure her. Her smile fades on her face as she lets out more of another sigh. And I am sorry for being far too controlling of you two. I never meant to make Stella feel like she's weak, to make either of you feel that way. I just wanted to make sure you two were safe.
Her eyes break away from me again. I'm able to see conflict from within her.
Para ser sinceros, Stella's parents never asked me to watch over her. I asked them.
She asked them? I'll admit, I'm a bit confused since they never bothered to correct her when she admitted to watching us.
I do not know either, but I'm grateful they allowed me to ever since.
Rosa answered my mumbling as she hesitates on uttering the rest of her sentence, with the distress becoming more and more apparent. The orange dino gazing off into the distance, she lets out a deep sigh.
Essa parasitanica malvada.
She grits her teeth as she refers to Fang with vitriol.
She took away so much from us today. Not just the people she murdered, but the lives she destroyed and the people she's broken.
Her hands begin to tremble as she held her cup.
And none.
Rosa looks towards me with shame and fear in her eyes.
I stayed an extra year because I'm terrified of something like that happening again. I have to be there.
A sense of surprise appears on my face at her revelation.
Estoy astada. If I don't do anything, I'm terrified what could happen to those I love.
The Ankylosaur spoke with despair and sorrow, weighed heavily against our heart.
I don't want anybody else to die, you know?
Why was she blaming herself why was she blaming herself as if she was responsible for the shooting? She was on decent enough terms with Fang, and I didn't see her in the crowd laughing at Fang on stage when she was forced to play bass at prom. Unless I come to a realization she's referring to another incident, thinking back on those two words. Anyone else? I asked in a concerned manner. Do you mean Sage?
See, but not quite.
The sadness of Rosa's face became more apparent at my question. Sage's passing was not the first time I've
Lost someone that's close to me.
Woo! Yeah, baby! 4 years ago, August 7th, 2016, grazing at the pure blue sky as I lay on the summer grass, my mind only fixates on one thing.
Dios mío, I still can't believe it.
High school is just one more month away. The next time in class, it'll be at Volcano High, a whole new place surrounded by tons of new people, new friends to be made, new memories to be made. It always seems so far away, even at the end of the school year when I graduated. But to think it's finally happened after years of preparing myself, I still find it hard to believe. Part of me is filled with a sense of excitement, but there's also another part of me that's nervous about what lies in front of me. Will I be able to handle myself? Will work be too hard? What if I don't know anyone?
Mr. Hamano already told me the horror stories. This school is run by a big and scary skinny who can crush concrete with his bare hands. Or, the cafeteria's food has put somebody in the hospital for a week. Don't listen to him, Mija. Volcano High is a wonderful school filled with many incredible opportunities. I recall mi padre consoling me before his expression turns playful. Tu hermana está siendo un idiota.
Should I scare people off? Oh no. Oh no! Cringe! The roses in our garden never turned as red as Esteban's face did that night. My father told me about how incredible the school's garden was, how all the flowers were so beautiful. Me papa has also been encouraged me to sign up for the gardening club whenever I do start my semester, but I still do not know if I would be any good at that, or if I would be any good at anything the school has to offer. Remember, Rosa, these next 4 years may come as some of the best moments of your life, but it is up to you to make that happen. I know you can do it! His words echo in my head. How am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed to make friends with so many people or figure out what club I want to join? Going to be Papito's suggestion joining the gardening club, I believe that may be the safest bet. But he promised he would teach me everything that there is to know about gardening. He even picked up a new herbology book for me at Barnes & Boulder. Which reminds me, he said I'd be allowed to start reading it when he got home. Mom is out shopping for school supplies with Valeria, and Esteban is visiting a friend's house, leaving me alone with me pop at home since I'm pretty sure he just got back home not too long ago. Lifting myself off the couch, I begin to make my way towards the backyard sliding door. A cool sensation hit my scales as I step on the air-conditioned kitchen. Can I really be as good as me papa? He managed to turn Volcadera Bluffs Botanical Conservatory into one of the most prestigious and beautiful gardens of the state, whereas I only know a handful of flowers. I begin to recite all the flowers I know in my head as I begin to walk towards his office. Tulpanes, orquídeas,
margaritas, aerosoles, and of course, Rosa. The father Papa named me after. He's been so passionate about florology as long as I can remember, always creating such beautiful pieces of art through the gardens, breathing life into the earth. And yet, despite how busy he may be, he always makes time for our familia. A smile appears on my face as I begin to reflect upon what an amazing man my father is. However, confusion grows on my face as I notice the door to Papa's office is closed. Curiosa. He didn't seem to be planning any new projects when I got home. Maybe a last-minute request. Papa, puedo entrar? My knuckles gently collide with the wooden door, attempting to get his attention. A couple of seconds pass. Silence. That is strange. I know he's in there, but he always calls out whenever I can come in or not. Perhaps he did not hear me. My hand knocks against the door again, a little louder. Papa, está todo bien? I wait a couple seconds, only to once again be greeted with the white noise of the house's air conditioning and the distant noise of music playing in the kitchen. He should be in his office. I could have sworn he went in there as soon as he got home. Perhaps he could be in the garage or the basement? I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I just took the book. He did get it from me, after all. My hand touches the door. A cold feeling about the metal knob mirroring the chills running down my spine. I'm confused as to why I felt this way. I am certain I have nothing to worry about. Gently opening the door, I am greeted with a sight of various shelves, awards, and photos of her family. But I feel my heart completely drop as my eyes spot the bearded figure in the chair sitting next to the desk, clutching his chest with a pained expression. Papa? No, 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 Papa! I rush to my father's side, nearly breaking the door off the hinges in the process as he begins to hyperventilate, his breathing becoming slower and heavier, his eyes pointed at the wall in front of her, completely ignorant of the sight of his daughter. What the hell is happening to him? He's going to be okay, he's going to be okay. Papa, Papa, estoy aquí! I take hold of his hand and, giving it a tight squeeze, ¿Qué está pasando? My cries fall upon deaf ears as he continues to place his hand on his heart and his breathing becomes more ragged and pained. Then a crippling sensation of fear washes over my body as a realization sets in. Is he having a heart attack? No, 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 no! Come on, Papa, please say something! My panicking comes to an abrupt pause as I feel the presence of trembling on my shoulder. Rosa. My hand shoots towards me, Papa, finally acknowledging his daughter in front of him. My eyes widen as my own breathing becomes heavier and heavier. It's going to be okay, Papa. We're going to help you. Mama y mis hermanos are coming home soon. Mi preciosa Rosa. He struggles to speak as a weak smile forms his lips. Te amo. And as I can react, before I can react further, Papa begins to shake and spasm as the smile on his face falls into a vacant expression, his eyes widening to a disturbing degree. It takes a couple seconds for my mind to process what's happening in front of me. My feet feel like they're chained to the ground as I'm paralyzed with pure terror. Papa! I scream as he falls out of his desk chair onto the floor. No, 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 please! I begin to look around the room, searching for anything that can help me. My eyes spotting nothing but office supplies, books, and a cell phone on the count. The cell phone! I shoot towards the bookshelf where the cell phone is resting on. However, I trip and lose footing in the process. Thud. Mierda, no, 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 come on, come on. My heart is beating like the caneo. My heart is beating like a caneo. I'm struggling to keep my balance. Puta estupa, keep it together. Your papito's life depends on it. I quickly reach out, grab the phone, scooping it up, my fingers hastily attempting to turn on the screen, barely noticing the foot of our familia on the screen. My hands trembling with horror as I try to frantically press the emergency call button on his home screen, taking about 5 presses per mail to successfully call 911. Basta, Rosa! If you don't come down, Papa is going to die! I lift the phone to my ear hole and hear the phone ring as it dials number. With the phone in my hand, I rush towards the floor to mi padre, and this begins to convulse uncontrollably on the floor, placing my free arm under his head. Don't worry, Papa. No voy ninguna parte. Come on, pick up, pick up! My breathing becomes more panicked as it feels like an eternity as I listen to the dull tones emitting from my phone speaker until it finally and abruptly gets cut off by the sudden words of the masculine voice. 911, what's your emergency? Please help me, I think my Papa is having a heart attack. I need an ambulance. I cry out, barely able to hold back the tears leaking from my eyes. Okay, are you with your Papa now? See, he fell on the floor, he's shaking, his eyes are rolling back into his head, and I don't know what to do. I scribbled over my words before the phone operator cuts me off. It's going to be okay. Can you please tell me your name and address? I let out a stiff as to take a deep breath before answering his questions. Rosa Castillo, I live at 12 Evergreen Avenue on the outskirts of Alcantara Bluffs. Okay, Rosa. We're sending an ambulance out and they'll be arriving at your house in 10 minutes. 10 minutes? He doesn't have that long. What I'm going to need you to do is stay by your father and try to make sure he doesn't have 10 minutes. He's dying in my arms as we speak.
Rosa, our services are working as fast as they can right now. Vinya aquí ahora mismo. I desperately screamed through the handset. Rosa, listen to me. I'm going to need you to take a deep breath, okay? The operator speaks to me in a sickeningly calm sound that downright sounds condescending. We have an ambulance en route to your house as we speak. What I'm going to need to do is, I throw the phone before I'm able to hear his last words, only to realize me Padre stopped shaking my arms, laying motionless in my arms as his lifeless stare to the ceiling. No, malditos until I'm not going to let him die. I try to think, using all my brain power to figure out a way to save him. The light bulb goes off in my head. CPR, that's right, me mama taught me about it last April. Carefully, lowering his head to the ground, I place both my hands out where his heart would be, and I begin to press as hard as I can a rhythmic beat. Go on, Papa, stay with me, I'm right here. Please let this work, por favor, quest funciona. I repeat the process for at least 5 minutes, separating myself from the rest of the world, solely keeping my Papa alive right now. My attempts to restart his heart are only met with continuous blank stare. Despair begins to set in my mind as it becomes heavier than ever. Cuidate con me aquí, por favor. My tears rolling down my cheeks. No me deo solo. The lack of expression on his face remains the same, despite my efforts to keep him alive. I repeat the process for another 5 minutes until despair begins to set into what I've met with an overwhelmingly grim realization. He's not breathing. He's not moving. He's gone. He's gone. My father is dead. No. This can't be real. My papa can't die. He can't die. The floodgates break as I completely break down sobbing as I cradle mi padre's now lifeless body. The ambulance said they would be here by now. They lied. They let papa die. Ayúdame! I scream out, hoping anybody is able to hear my cries. Por favor, que ayúdame! My desperate pleas are met with deafening silence. I look down at his body. He's dead. He didn't even say goodbye to Mama, Esteban, or Valeria. He'll never see me go to my first day of high school, or my last. He never got to teach me how to garden as well as he does. I'll never get to feel the embrace on a bad day, or hear his silly jokes at the dinner table, or spend time with him and mi familia for Navidad. I'll never see him again for the rest of my life. He's truly gone. And the harsh realization of the loss in front of me hits me like a train, and I can do nothing but wail and scream as I mourn my papa. It's my fault. I could have saved him. And the ambulance, they showed up 20 minutes after he stopped breathing. Veinte minutos de más tarde. Jesus. I could feel my heart breaking apart after listening to Rose's painful story. To lose a parent at that age, especially when you're that close to him, I can't even imagine how much that could fuck up a person. However, before I'm able to reflect further, I begin to recall the shrine I saw in Rose's house and the framed picture in the epitaph. Se ha ido, pero nunca se ha olvidado. And of course, there was a plaque hidden in the closet with the name Sebastian Castillo. It might have been an award for one of the gardens he'd worked on. I begin to feel angry at myself. Why did I not see it earlier? Why was I such a selfish douchebag to the point I was more concerned about raiding their medicine cabinet for pills than anything else? Rosa took a deep sigh. She lowered her head in sorrow, staring blankly at the steam emanating from the cup between her hands. I tried to save him, and I did everything I could, but still, it wasn't enough. Rosa looked at me and with repressed grief and despair she felt that day rising to the surface once more. It wasn't enough. Those last words really resonate with me on a spiritual level. It's the only mantra I've ever really known. Always treated like an outsider, a loser, a cretin, and I deserved it. But Rosa, she was one of the last people should be feeling that way. Not somebody who gives so much for themselves to help others. Rosa, I placed my hand on her shoulder, thinking carefully about my next words. It's not true at all. You can't blame yourself for what happened. Rosa looks away as she face grimaces and shuts her eyes. No, if I faster and checked on them earlier, the ambulance would get there before the heart attack happened. Maybe he could have lived. She laments with closed eyes as they begin to leak down her cheeks, slightly staining her makeup. You don't know that. You were only a... I try to console her before cutting her off. No, she raises her voice, slightly taking me off guard. It is all my fault. Rosa places her cup down and she crosses her arms. Sadness across her face is amplified. If I was quicker, maybe I could have placed a stent on his heart or revived him with the defibrillator. Rosa, pacing in front of me as she reveals that the guilt she's been harboring. If Papa went into the city with Valeria instead, then perhaps the ambulance would have been able to reach him faster. Wait a minute. Rosa's confusion of guilt and self-loathing caused by the death of her father, and she blames herself for not being able to save him, causes a realization that makes its way into the head. Rosa is more in common with me than I initially thought. While I can never say I'd know the exact pain she's going through, since I never lost a parent, I begin to hate myself and blame myself with each passing day since Fang went on her rampage. How I blame myself for sleeping in before she left. How I blame myself for not stopping her from killing Amy, Nazer, and all those people. How I wasn't able to save her. How I constantly wish I was better, a better person, a better boyfriend. I wish I was able to make her feel happy and appreciated rather than just a hassle. Or how I could support her better through the shit she had to go through, instead of giving her some terrible nihilistic bullshit in lieu of advice. I constantly wish for a second chance to correct the mistakes I've made, to take back every shitty little thing I've said and not waste time I did not have to play video instead of spend it with the only people that ever gave a rat's ass about me. But I know there's nothing I can do to change what I've done. Despite all that, when I first united Stella and Rosa, and I told them of my mistakes, they didn't blame me, treat me like a villain, or even abandon me like the rest. I told you none of this was your fault, Nan. Fang was a monster. She's always been. You couldn't have stopped her, nobody could. Not alone, no mas. Why would you say that about yourself? Please stop. I don't want to hear another bad thing come from your mouth. The world would be a darker place without you. Both of their attempts to console me I repeat in my head as it becomes all the more clear to me. I've been so blinded by my own pain to the point where I could see those around me who have been suffering just as much, if not even more than me. Neither Stella nor Rosa have been trying to use my guilt and remorse, but it's what friends are supposed to do. But because they know what it's like to feel directly responsible when people they love get hurt. Rosa stops pacing in front of the bench, her back facing as she stares blankly into the distance, periodically sniffling as she's lost her storm in her own emotions. I can't sit here any longer. Rosa? I gently called her as I set my coffee aside and used one of my 2 crutches to pull myself off the ground. I promise you, none of this is your fault at all. Sometimes bad shit just happens. You can't always be able to fix it. I see Rosa's head turned towards me, slightly catching the glance of my fresh tears flowing down from her eyes. But what else am I supposed to do? Desperation gripping at Rosa's soul as her voice begins to crack. I wasn't able to save me Papa, mis amigos, or Sage. I cannot sit by and let anyone suffer anymore. Rosa shifts her body towards me, adjusting her posture in an attempt of maintaining a strong presence. However, the sadness in her eyes at the subtle degree of weariness in her body shows another presence, the presence of someone who's kept themselves strong for too long. That's why I stayed at Volcano High for a 5th year. That's why I lashed out at you for not letting me know that you're hanging out with Stella alone. The forlorn Ankylosaur takes a step towards me. If there is a chance I can save people I care about from getting hurt again, then I need to act. My heart aches at her words. Rose, of all people, shouldn't have to feel this way. No one so fervently goes out of their way to help others, especially those that aren't deserving of such kindness. I take another step towards her. I cannot take any more of this. If anything happened to me, Familia, or you, or Stella, Rose's confession is cut short as my free arm wraps around her shoulder, wordlessly pulling her into a tight hug. Rose's body goes still as she's caught off guard by my sudden act of consolation until the emotions inside her begin to rise. As I feel her quiver in my arms, I'm so sorry for everything you've had to endure. Inspired by her previous words of comfort, I try to return the favor. No one is as kind and thoughtful as you deserves to go through something as horrible as that, or be forced under that and any amount of pressure. Rosa continues to shake her arms, and I hear her begin to resume sniffling. You have every right to feel the way you do, especially after dealing with so much pain and loss from such a young age. But I promise you, Rosa, you don't have to go through this alone. I shut my eyes as I feel my own sorrow rising. You're not alone, Rosa. Not anymore. I echo the same words she told me at her house. A few seconds pass, and the dam finally breaks as Rosa
returns my gesture, tightening her arms around my torso as she begins to sob violently into my jacket. Finally, she lets down her guard and takes what feels like the weight of the world off her shoulders as she profoundly apologizes in muffled Spanish to my arms. I don't know what to do anymore, Nan. She pulls her head away from my chest to face me with puffing, anguished eyes. I am so fucking terrified. I know. We stand there for a couple minutes as she continues to cry in my arms, unload what must have been impossible years of repressed trauma and grief onto my shirt. Her bouts and tears are interrupted with a hushed apologies as I try to offer small but brief words of solace. Eventually it comes to an end when Rosa pulls it away from her embrace and clears her throat. Merda, I have never told anyone just how terrified I truly am. I've always tried to stay strong for people who need someone to turn to. You don't have to stay so strong all the time. You're only... I fumble over my words and take recognition of my poor choice of idioms. I mean, you're only Dino. A smile forms on Rosa's tear-stained cheek as she lets out a chuckle at my idiocracy. See, I suppose you're right. I let out chuckles of my own as I sit back down, not sure whether I can balance on just one crutch. Rosa takes a turn next to me on the bench, and using the caution to avoid knocking over her tea. Gracias, Nan. This really means a lot to me. I offer a comforting smile as we make eye contact on the bench. Of course, Rosa. I mean, hey, I'm glad to hear you're not mad at my steal. I shrug in an attempt to sound playfully sarcastic. Rosa chuckles in response. I was never mad at you at all. Just going through a lot that day. I know the feeling. Believe me. Ugh. For the next hour, we watched the bench as the two of us began to catch up on what's been happening to each other after another week. Turns out the new principal at Volcano High has approached Rosa with an offer to lead an event showcase at the school's garden. Joy and enthusiasm returned to her voice at the possibility of being able to do something so large scale with her passion. I smiled, knowing despite all the rough shit that's happened for both of us lately, Rosa at least was able to find some solace for the week, and I basically brought her up to speed on with everything that's happened since then. Much as my encounter with Mo. Such as encounter with Mo, where I essentially learned that Ripley was playing the world's most violent game of telephone by ordering Mo to order Trish to kill me. Other called events shocked Rosa, both in terms of who was responsible for my assault and how Mo was sympathetic to me during having every reason to talk to. However, this topic was far easier to discuss than what else happened that day. I also explained to Rosa how I went to check up on Stella a few days after we went down to the mall, and how Stella opened up about me some traumatic things she experienced throughout her earlier years and losing Sage. Of course, how Stella and I kissed and we both confessed our feelings towards each other. Despite Rosa's remorse and the amount of vulnerability I saw from her today, I was expecting to express her disapproval of the events that transpired. To say I should be showing Raptor Jesus more respect or even whip out dreaded Ed Chancla. But to my surprise, Rosa reacts with absolute joy. Ah, esto de mi dolce. Rosa leans over and pulls me into a crushingly tight bear hug. I guess I don't mind my spine being broken too. I still don't know what 100% was going on with us, but I really like her, Rosa, and I want to spend more time with her. That is really nice to hear, Anon. I think you two would be very sweet together. Rosa continues to smile with joy as my response is just pulled away from it. Between you and I'm not sure if you ever knew this, but Stella has, well, she's had a crush on you for the longest time, so I'm really happy for that to hear that for the both of you. I can feel the heat in my body redirect towards my cheeks as I begin to blush with shock. I completely spurg out. On a side note, I should probably be more careful in using that word from now on. Rosa lets out a sigh. She breaks eye contact with me, her eyes glued to the pavement, and right. Before we united with you at the Farmacia, Stella was... She pauses, trying to figure out how to respectfully shed light on her friend's past. Very much how she was before she and I became friends. Because of what she had to go to. All the people who gave her shit for liking anime. Because all she had to go through and all the shit people giving her shit for liking anime, right? I inquire, causing a slight degree of surprise to appear in Rosa's face. See, I still remember the first time we went. She was sitting in the hallway crying her eyes out because her classmates laughed at the presentation she was doing.
Then Kylo's fist tightened at the recollection of her classmates being so cruel. And all I cannot say is that I struggled as much as her. I saw someone who was lost, perhaps as lost as I felt during losing me padre. I am the power! A slight smile appears to form on Rosa's lips, indicating the outcome to be the positive one. But after all, we've been together through thick and thin. I do not care if she enjoys black arts or if she enjoys its enemies a little too much. I'm able to see past it and recognize who Stella really is. Rosa, speaking about her friend with such passion, love, and bearing, brings to mind a smile to her own face. Even if I never had that kind of friendship in the past, I'm happy to know that she didn't need to go through everything I did. A sweet, talented chick who is not afraid to be her true self and do what she believes is right, no matter what. Then Kylo expresses her deep admiration to her rivals and the bond the siblings would possess. And since then, I've seen her blossom into the Stella you met when we first came to Volcano High. Her hands reach for a cup as she sips her drink. And with you around and on, I can see Stella breaking out of her shell all over again. Her words cause my body to suddenly feel lighter. A strange feeling of butterflies in my stomach. Why the hell do my cheeks feel so hot right now? I was really able to help her that much? Me? Por supuesto. Give herself a little more credit, eh? Rosa chuckles at my mumbling as she playfully jabs my shoulder, which hurt a little more than I thought it would. Hey, I already have a broken leg. I don't need a broken arm, too. Yeah. I cheekily fire back as I rub the damaged area. Eventually, her laughter subsides with a sigh. Her happy expression is all replaced with one of melancholy. I hope Stella would not be too mad at me for keeping those types of secrets from her. Lowering her head with uncertainty. She won't be, I can guarantee that completely. I reassure her with confidence. When I was there, she buried the hatchet with her parents. I'm sure she can do the same for you. I'm sure she knows you were never trying to hurt her. See, I suppose you're correct. We stay there comfortable in silence for a minute as taking the beautiful scenery of the park. Families and couples alike all enjoying the park's natural landscape, and the cool autumn wind carries away the brown leaves to the ground. Despite the park's serenity and how I was able to make amends with Rosa, I still feel a tremendous amount of guilt over her. While everything, especially after learning what happened to Fang's parents, the amount of pain that both of them went through, no parent should ever have to have that experience. My heart breaks to remember how devastating it must have been for Ripley to watch his wife die in his arms after his wife couldn't live with her grief anymore. He has every right to want me dead. He's already lost so much already, no man should have to go through that kind of horror. I can't change what I've done. No matter what I do, those actions will probably haunt me for the rest of life. But I refuse to let my past mistakes dictate my present actions. I'll never be able to atone for my sins, but if I have the chance to try and make things better for those who are still in my life, I'll be damned if I ever let history repeat itself. I see now that I swear I will do better. Eventually our silence comes to an end. Rosa's the first to speak up. I think it is time we head home, Anon. Did you want me to drive you back to Stanrow? Rosa rises from the bench and offers me a hand. Yeah, that'd be awesome, thanks. I enthusiastically accept her generous offer as she lifts me from the bench. I take notice of my coffee cup still warm sitting on the bench. What kind of hellfire does Duncan use for the kettles? Still, considering how shit my coffee is back home, I don't want to leave it behind. Esteban, I can grab that for you, Nan. Rosa chirps as she goes to pick up my cup, now holding one in each hand. Thanks, Rosa. I'm really glad I don't have to worry about dropping my coffee or my crutches. Of course, I'm still amazed you're able to bring both these drinks over here on your own. I stifle back my laughter. Of course I'm able to that. Alright, let's go. My car's parked not too far from here. Sounds good. Rosa begins walking the path, and I follow earnestly in pursuit. She's generous enough to hold my coffee for me and move at a brisk pace so I don't have to worry about falling behind. As I hobble along the pavement, I take notice of a lone figure standing at the edge of the pond. Fang, staring blankly into the water as the phantom dangles a cigarette from her right hand, her body language full of dejection. I'm struck with a sense of guilt and sorrow in my eyes as I meet her presence, how I failed her. However, it fills me with a sense of determination. I will do better. I refuse to let hurt anybody else the same way I hurt you. Jesus Christ, that's only chapter 7? Fuck. I'm not going to get through 6 chapters tonight. They've gotten longer. Oh no, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna have to call it for tonight. I'm beat. My apologies. I guess I'll have to do 3 tomorrow too. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bid y'all a good night for now. That which is left.